And we're live. What's up, everybody? Thank you for joining. Spontaneous stream. I guess we'll just go with the flow. Some Q&A, maybe some video reviews. Maybe we'll even turn this into a Twitter space. I've been doing more Twitter spaces. They've been pretty cool. It's a lot of interesting voices come on. I think they're important and meaningful. So expect more Twitter spaces. We'll start this as just a regular stream, but we very well may turn it into that. So yeah, what's going on. It was another bloody day in Gaza. That's not unusual, unfortunately. Every day in Gaza has been bloody, aside from a select few when there were ceasefires, and even then, some blood was spilled. But it was also bloody for Israelis today. 6 Israelis were killed, 4 soldiers in Rafah, as a result of a roadside explosive. And then one security officer and 1 soldier on the Jordanian border by a Jordanian truck driver moving from a truck that was bringing aid into Gaza. Which that's very unique, an attack from that side. So I wonder what will happen there. But it's unfortunate, because all loss of life is unfortunate, but this is likely going to slow down aid moving into Gaza. So I think there's an extra cost to this attack that we otherwise wouldn't see. So the cost of Israel's operation continues. What else do we have happening in public? In current events, we had Netanyahu address the Charlie Kirk assassination conspiracies, which just makes the whole thing seem more suspicious. The amount of airtime, interviews, and videos he's released talking about Charlie Kirk, addressing the conspiracy theories, only add fuel to the suspicion. It doesn't mitigate it. Netanyahu, there's always been a lot you could critique of him. He's manipulative, he's divisive, he's a war criminal. But one thing that he has always been effective at is propaganda. He's always been an effective propagandist. But I think he's lost his edge there as well. He's not able to read the room anymore. And the amount of damage that he's caused Israel globally, in a weird and sick way, he's an ally to anti-Zionists, because Israel's survival is less certain because of Netanyahu's leadership. So anybody who has a goal to destroy or dismantle Israel, well, Netanyahu has helped achieve that goal. Now, I'm not saying he deserves praise or anything like that from anti-Zionists, but it is an interesting observation. What else do we have in current events? Unclear. Let's see. I mean, Charlie Kirk is still dominating the news cycle. We're seeing erosion, some level of erosion of free speech and cancel culture coming with a vengeance from the right. And really, one of the biggest takeaways, and this isn't new. We've known this, but it reinforced it. Significant numbers of both the left and the right are not principled. Their value of free speech and their distaste for cancel culture is not grounded in a principle. It's just grounded in trying to silence those you disagree with. The right is rejoicing in canceling people who celebrated Kirk's death. There's campaigns to get all these people fired. Jimmy Kimmel got fired. It seems like because they were scared, the news networks were actually scared of retaliation from Trump. This is cancel culture. This is exactly what the right has been accusing the left of. And the fact that some number of people on the left celebrated Kirk's murder and the right are outraged at that. But had a left wing commentator been assassinated, then some number on the right would have been celebrating. So people are not nearly as principled as we make them out to be. And it's more so these are our ideological communities. These are the group of people I identify with. Uh, I feel strongly about being part of this group rather than I connect specifically to this group because of principle A, B, C. It's more so a cultural connection often than a deeply principled one, which could work in our favor. When I often say that, I believe Hamas can certainly be reformed because they're humans, and humans are actually not as principled as we think, and they can change their mind. And you put necessary pressure on them, or the right pressure, and create the right incentives, and they'll change how they see things. So this could play in our favor, but it is worth observing and acknowledging that this is the case. What else do we have? Trump is in England. Supposedly they're putting signs all over England of him and Epstein. That's probably not fun for him to see. Oh, Tony Blair though released. Actually, let's review this. This would be a cool thing to review. Floodland 99 says, "I hope the silent majority are more principled." Yeah, you would hope, but I'm not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't think most people are deeply principled on many issues. I don't know if there's data to support this, but this is my observation and my lived experience. And I think you could check if you talk to somebody on the left or the right and you actually question their beliefs and try to get to the bottom of their beliefs, I think you can see that they don't often come from a super principled place. But if anybody's seen a study on that, maybe send it over. We could review it. But yeah, let's actually look at the U.S.-backed proposal for ending the Gaza Hamas, ending the Gaza war and replacing Hamas. Let's see. I mean, if it's super long, no, but people have been praising it. So, I mean, Tony Blair doesn't need to redeem himself for partaking in the atrocious invasion of Iraq. So he has blood on his hands. But if this works, then this will wash off some of that blood for sure. We could just read Times of Israel version of it. Let's do it. U.S. President Donald Trump has authorized Tony Blair to rally regional and international stakeholders around the former UK Prime Minister's proposal to establish a post-war transitional body to govern the Gaza Strip until it can be handed over to the Palestinian Authority. 4 sources familiar with the matter told Times of Israel. So it looks like Donald Trump has endorsed this to some extent, which is very different from the Gaza Riviera plan and the relocation of Gazans. Blair began crafting the proposal in the early months of the war between Israel and Hamas terror group, envisioning it as a plan for the so-called day after. But in recent months, the proposal has also evolved into a plan for effectively ending the war, as the Trump administration has reached the conclusion that agreement for major stakeholders regarding the body that will replace Hamas in Gaza is essential for securing a permanent ceasefire and hostage release deal, a U.S. official and a second source familiar with the matter said. While Blair's involvement in post-war Gaza planning has been previously revealed, along with his participation in an August 27th White House policy session on the matter, details of his proposal have not been publicized to date. This is not a displacement plan. The proposal, a developed draft of which was obtained and authenticized by the Times of Israel, envisions the establishment of the Gaza International Transitional Authority. GITA. GITA, okay. That's a cool acronym. Gita, along with a series of subordinate structures. Previous reporting has linked Blair to efforts aimed at displacing Palestinians from Gaza or at building a Trump Riviera in the Strip, but the former British Premier's actual proposal makes no mention of those ideas and even envisions the establishment of a property rights preservation unit aimed at ensuring that any voluntary departure of Gazans does not compromise their right to return to the enclave or retain property ownership. Okay, cool. We do not have a plan to move the Gazan population out of Gaza. Gaza is for Gazans, said a source involved discussions on the Blair plan. Other plans presented to the Trump administration by parties with ties, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Confidence Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer, and by certain individuals involved in the establishment of the GHF, as well as members of the Boston Consulting Group, did promote the idea of facilitating or encouraging the voluntary migration of Palestinians from Gaza. But Trump, who first gave legitimacy to the concept of voluntary migration in February when he announced his plan to take over Gaza and permanently relocate the Strip's entire population, has since distanced himself from the idea, and during August 27th White House policy session made clear that he was going with Blair's plan instead, the U.S. official said. Okay, so it seems like he's shifting, which is a positive shift. Does that mean that, Trump just kind of says shit, right? Was it thought out? Was he saying that as a threat to put pressure on Hamas for better negotiating terms? Did he actually mean it and change his mind? Was he just babbling like he often does? It's really unclear. The U.S. official noted that Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich is apparently unaware of that decision, having declared on Wednesday that the Gaza Strip is a potential real estate bonanza, and that he was in talks with Washington on how to carve up the coastal enclave after the war. The Kushner connection. The August 27 meeting was organized by U.S. President's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who served as senior advisor during Trump's first term and has remained engaged on the Middle East issues during his second term, regularly advising U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. Like Kushner in his time, Witkoff has been handed a variety of portfolios. The current Special Envoy has hired limited support staff, though, and Kushner has been helping with the Gaza Day After plan, as it is increasingly seen as critical for securing a war-ending hostage deal. This spring, Kushner commissioned the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, TBI, which was already engaged on the issue thanks to the former UK Prime Minister's ties with Israel's PA and Arab leaders, to come up with the post-war plan, the US official said. Blair began regular engagement with Trump officials, keeping them abreast of his progress as he met with the leaders throughout the region, began ironing out details for his plan. The source familiar with discussion said, not enough PA involvement for Ramallah, but too much for Jerusalem. The former UK premier met PA President Mahmoud Abbas in July, thanks to Gulf pressure on Ramallah to engage with the initiative, an Arab diplomat said. While the PA has expressed his desire to directly oversee the post-war governing body in Gaza, and Blair's plan falls short of that goal, the source familiar with discussion said Ramallah has engaged constructively. Blair's proposal envisions the PA undergoing significant reforms and limits Ramallah's involvement in Gita largely to matters of coordination. Still, the PA is explicitly mentioned throughout the plan, which envisions the eventual unifying of all Palestinian territory under the PA. That sounds like a good move, right? Unifying them under a more moderate government. But how do you make the deal sweet enough to get Hamas out? That's what's interesting. Let's see their plan for that. Though that is development, Netanyahu has fought fiercely to prevent. The source familiar with discussion said that Israel has engaged constructively with Blair's effort. Yeah, this is the thing, right? Netanyahu has explicitly said that the PA does not want the PA to govern Gaza, that they won't govern Gaza, and has really spent decades portraying them as not all too different from Hamas, from just another extremist group. When really the PA, out of the three governing bodies between the river and the sea, Hamas, Likud, and PA, the PA has been the most, with all their corruption and all their flaws, they're the most moderate of the three, and open to negotiation and compromise. But they've been demonized, and there's been an attempt to keep them weak and keep Palestinians divided, because unified Palestine is a Palestine that could more effectively rally for statehood, which, it seems like there's been an an intentional effort to stop on Israel's part. How much longer is this? Okay, not too much longer. The Arab diplomat expressed a little more skepticism, however, claiming that Netanyahu has a history of dispatching Dermer to engage on such sensitive matters, then thwarting them before they can materialize in order to keep his coalition, including its far-right flank, intact. I mean, that's definitely legitimate concern. Doha strike derails effort to get Johnny on board. Still, Trump was impressed by Blair's initiative and told him to get Johnny on board. Wait, who's Johnny? The U.S. official said, recalling the moniker Trump used to refer to Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Okay, I guess that's Johnny. Interesting. During the August 27th White House meeting. The U.S. views Saudi Arabia as one of the most critical players when it comes to post-war reconstruction, with enough sway to get the rest of the region on board. While Trump gave Blair his blessing, he also gave him a 2-week window to secure regional support for the plan, the U.S. official said. The deadline has since expired, but the time period was one the president has announced somewhat regularly without sticking to it. That's kind of like him. You have 2 weeks, and then it's meaningless. How many times has he said to Hamas, release them all now, or else? Or else what? During that period, Blair was also hobbled by the U.S. issuing visa bans against senior PA officials. That decision led to delays in some of the British premier's meetings with Gulf officials who didn't want to be seen as endorsing the administration's decision by immediately meeting with an effective Trump envoy right afterwards, the Arab diplomat said. Still more damaging to Blair's effort was Israel's September 9 strike against the Hamas leaders in Doha. The source familiar with the discussion said the former British premier had been engaging Egypt and Qatar about coaxing the terror groups not to stand in the way of the plan, the source said, adding that while Blair's effort was temporarily derailed by the Israeli strike, engagement has since resumed. Okay. We don't have weeks, we have days. The Doha strike also highlighted what may be one of the main obstacles Blair faces in trying to sell his plan to Israel. While Netanyahu says the strike was aimed at sending a message to Hamas leadership, even those involved in hostage negotiations conveying that Israel will settle scores with all of them, an apparent goal of Blair's plan to neutralize the terror group through non-military means. Alongside establishment an alternative to Hamas through Gitta, the plan also explicitly refers to the concept of disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration, or DDR. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio may have been referring to that very idea when he said during a press conference with Netanyahu in Jerusalem that Hamas can no longer continue to exist as an armed element, and opposed to asserting that the terror group should not exist at all, which has been the Israeli Prime Minister's framing. In an ideal situation, for sure. For sure. In the meantime, the Arab diplomat said that Blair also faces an uphill battle getting Riyadh and other regional stakeholders on board as they are conditioning their support for planned continued creation of the state. Okay, now I'm just going to move forward to what's in the plan. Blair's proposal envisions Gitta being established by UN Security Council resolution. Gitta will serve as the supreme political and legal authority for Gaza during the transitional period. The development draft of the plan obtained by the Times of Israel states, Gitta will have a board made up of 7 to 10 members, which will include at least one qualified Palestinian representative, potentially from the business or security sector, a senior UN official, leading international figures with executive or financial experience, and a strong representation of Muslim members to boost regional legitimacy and cultural credibility. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, at that point, you should probably have more than one qualified Palestinian representative. If you already acknowledge that you should have strong Muslim representation, but it seems diverse enough. The board will be tasked with issuing binding decisions, approving legislation and appointments, and providing strategic direction while reporting back to UN Security Council. The chair of the board will be appointed by international consensus and receive the endorsement of UN Security Council. The chair will lead Gitta's external engagement and diplomacy and set the political direction of the body while closely coordinating with the PA, the document says. The Gitta board will have supporting staff of up to 25 people who will serve on strategic secretariat. The plan also envisions the creation of an executive protection unit staffed by elite personnel from Arab and international contributors to help protect Gitta leadership. An extensive secretariat will sit below Gitta and serve the latter's administration hub and implementation arm while overseeing the Palestinian Executive Authority, PEA. This is all technical. I'm trying to see what get to the meat of it. PA coordination. Preventing Hamas resurgence. Backing the civil police force will be the International Stabilization Force, an internationally mandated multinational security force established to provide strategic stability and operational protection in the transitional period. It ensures border integrity, deters armed group resurgence, protects humanitarian and reconstruction operations, and supports local law enforcement through coordination, not substitution. In apparent reference to its task of combating remnants of Hamas, the plan says the ISF will conduct targeted operations to prevent the resurgence of armed groups, disrupt weapons smuggling, and neutralize asymmetric threats to public order. So they're actually going to bring in, the ISF will actually be a military force that they will have essentially try to maintain a monopoly of power. That'll be interesting, and hard to see that happening without some amount of fighting. Because it's not just Hamas. There's Islamic Jihad and other factions and other clans that might be vying for power. In an annex on Gita's cost, the plan explains that the budget will expand each year as the new governing body gradually phases into operations throughout the entire strip. The first year's budget is placed at $90 million, second year at $135 million, third year at $164 million. The figures don't include costs of the ISF and humanitarian aid, though a source familiar said these are conservative estimates. Yeah, that does seem a little bit low. How to end the war. While Blair's isn't the only plan for post-war management of Gaza, it appears to be the lone proposal that has secured U.S. backing. Still, the source involved in the discussions acknowledged that it can't be considered a U.S. plan until Trump publicly says so. The way to end the war is to get regional stakeholders to agree on principles for how Gaza will be governed afterward, in a manner that Hamas is not involved and not armed and unable to regain power, the source said. This can only happen if there's a new governing structure in Gaza with serious security forces from the international community. This cannot be the PA in the beginning. The PA will be a partner. They'll be consulted and coordinated with, but they won't be the ones managing Gaza on day one. This will happen later on after the reform. Okay. Interesting. So it seems like they get into some nice details on what can, like what the structure looks like. How do you incentivize Hamas to actually step down, right? I guess if Qatar's in on this and Qatar puts pressure on Hamas political leadership, that seems like it could play into it to some degree. But Hamas military wing in Gaza doesn't need to agree to what they could just branch off and say no. It's almost like there needs to be not just a day after plan, but more so a long-term vision and saying the goal is an establishment of a Palestinian state. Because what that does is it can allow it likely increases the chance Hamas will willingly step down from power if they believe that there's going to be a true victory, not just more of the same status quo, right? So if there's more of the same status quo, then all this bloodshed, all this death and destruction for what? So let's just keep fighting. If this can all be said to have led to a commitment for the establishment of a Palestinian state, which to a degree it has, because many Western nations have now or are planning on recognizing a Palestinian state, then that does seem to increase the likelihood that they would actually step down. Okay. Well, best of luck to Blair and his team. Should we do a Twitter space? Anybody else have a video they want me to review? I could do a video review, and then if not, we'll just get a space going. Although spaces, it's already 9:10. they're hard to end because you just get so caught up in them. We had a good turnout the other day. All right, let's do it. Let's see what happens. I was planning on doing one every Tuesday, but this coming Tuesday is Rosh Hashanah, which is the Jewish New Year. So there won't be one this Tuesday. So I think it's easier to justify. Um, doing 2 a week. JD Vance tweets, everyone please congratulate Marco Rubio, the new host of ABC's late night show. He's trolling, right? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. What do we want to call the space? I guess our theme is open dialogue, Israel, Palestine. That's what we call it, right? Do we want to record the space? Can't hurt, right? I guess start now. The one thing that I don't like is that I can't, like, if I do a screen share right now, those on Discord, you won't see this, but I do a screen share of the space. This is all you see. Like, I can't put the space on full screen. So, yeah, it's not the best viewing experience, but we'll see if anybody joins. We'll see if anybody joins. It normally takes some time to pick up. I wonder how many people run spaces and then and they're just alone the whole time in that space. That's sad. It's like doing a birthday party and nobody comes. Also, another viewer sent me some stuff. I'll tell you another thing. One thing that's true when I do these spaces is, and just when I do Israel-Palestine content, I do get a lot of messages from Gazans for fundraisers and stuff. And you know, it's very sympathetic. I've supported in the past, but there's no way I could donate to everybody, all the requests I get. And also, I think some number of them are not people in Gaza. There's people just capitalizing on the suffering, right? A fair number of them might be Indian and Pakistanis just trying to make money, so they cosplay as Gazans to try to get donations. How can you know? So there seems to be a real problem, and I'm sure millions of dollars are being donated to people not in Gaza. That'd be an interesting project to do, kind of a website, a fundraising website for Gazans, where everybody who's on the site is everybody on the site has been identified, so they need to go through an identification process that they could still, well, are they remaining anonymous? You're not anonymous by default if you're asking for donations. So there could be a process where they get on a video call with somebody from the team, and then they verify that this is really a person in Gaza, a person in need, and then they're verified and they go on the site. So anybody who wants to donate to Gaza, they go to this website. There's different profiles. You could hear people and their stories, and then you could donate. Honestly, if anybody wants to whip that up, has some website building skills and thinks you could do it relatively easily, I'll partner with you on that. I wouldn't want to be doing that to monetize in a way that I wouldn't want to be taking money home, but the way to fund it would just be to take some commission on every donation of every approved account, enough to at least pay for the cost of setting this up. I think it's a pretty easy, well, let's see, as an entrepreneur, you always think something's easy, and then there's a lot more involved to do that. So you need to build the site, and then probably the hardest part is the verification process. How do you verify people? Although there's all these different KYC technologies these days that can do it relatively easily. So yeah, if anybody wants to do that, DM me and we can talk about how we could set something like that up. Oh, cool. I see we now have some people have joined the space. I'm live streaming as well. So those who have joined the space, that's just know we technically haven't officially started the space, but I've been talking to the viewers on YouTube. But those who have joined the space, welcome. I don't know when you all tuned in, but I was sharing an idea for how to create a better donation method for Gazans because there's a lot of people asking for donations, and my thought on it is a significant number of them, if not the majority of them, are not Gazans. It's just people trying to make money. So there's likely millions of dollars going to scammers instead of to Gazans. And one of the reasons why I don't donate is because I don't know if I'm actually donating to somebody in need. Well, someone in need, I imagine if it's somebody in a different third world country, they're also in need, but it's still a scam. You know, people deserve to know where their money's going. So I was brainstorming ideas for how to resolve that. But if anybody here in the space wants to hop on and ask questions, share thoughts, etc., just raise your hand. We will bring you on. And I imagine it will start to have. It'll start to pick up soon. Oh, cool. I see we got a nice crew here on Discord as well. Welcome, Discord people. Welcome, YouTube people. So we were also talking earlier about Blair's reconstruction plan, which seems more comprehensive than a lot of the day after plans that have been put out. We have been. What we were discussing is how do you, though, while having a day after plan is important, how does that increase the chance that Hamas actually surrenders? Or how does that increase the chance that they're removed from power? So I don't think the plan is super comprehensive in that. Like, what is the incentive for them to step down? And does the deal somehow need to be sweetened in order for that to happen? So if anyone here on the space wants to hop on and share thoughts regarding that. Mrs. F says, I'd love to have Kim Iverson on your show. I listened to some older episodes of Kim she did with you. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I was on Kim's show twice, well over a year ago. And it's interesting you're saying that, Mrs. F, because just last week I was thinking about Kim and thinking that I should invite her on. So I guess that's a sign. And yeah, let's do it. I'm sure she'd be happy to. What topics would you like to see us cover if she hops on? So as I mentioned, I've been doing spaces more lately. This is the third I've done, and it's not that this isn't something I wasn't very well aware of, but it made it a challenge that I see very present, and I'll try to articulate it. I'm still trying to figure out the best way to talk about this, but the pro-Palestine movement is not a natural collection of people. It's different groups of people who have a common goal, whether that goal is the liberation of Palestine or it's just some hate for Israel. But there's different groups that make up this camp, and that is just humanists who, are fighting human rights violations and, the atrocities they're seeing play out in front of their eyes. But I'm not convinced that that's the camp that I'm coming from. That's what motivates me to do this. And as an Israeli who views the world this way, I feel an obligation to speak out against human rights abuses my government is committing. But I'm not convinced that that's the majority of the pro-Palestine movement. I think a lot of the energy behind it are on one hand, and people who are just fueled by they're anti-Semitic, so they just don't like Israel, they don't like Jews. Another one would be people who Muslims who just, Palestinians are their Muslim brothers and sisters, so they're showing solidarity with him. And then the third camp, and this might be the largest in the West, is more what is often vaguely described as woke, but who just sees things in terms of power dynamics, right? So you have a powerful Western-backed nation oppressing weaker brown people, right? That's kind of the framework. And I specifically said brown people because a lot of times this power dynamic is expressed um, in like white versus people of color. That's how it's viewed in American politics, and people kind of impose that view on Israel-Palestine. So they have sympathy for the brown people being oppressed by the powerful white people. That's kind of how they see it. Now, I do think that this coalition of people working together can actually meaningfully make a difference because right now the United States acts as an enabler for Israel's recklessness, for Israel's human rights abuses. And having a strong coalition of people, even if there's many unsavory types in this coalition, can actually make a difference in changing minds of Americans and ultimately changing US policy to not act as an enabler of Israel. But I think many Jews and Israelis who otherwise would be happy to join this movement are resistant because they don't want to join a movement of people who, if the tables would be turned, if Jewish blood was being spilled daily, these people would not fight for them. I'm not convinced that if the tables were turned, that the majority of people speaking up for Palestine would be speaking up for Jews, right? And I think this is the number one concern that many Jews have and many Israelis have when it comes to speaking up for or being part of the pro-Palestine movement. It's that legitimate concern. And I don't know how to quite solve this, right? Because as I said, there's some benefit to having a broad coalition, even of some problematic types, but it would certainly be more optimal if this was a movement of humanists or primarily humanists. So that's something worth thinking about and reflecting on. Adam, I'm bringing you on. Adam, you now have speaking rights, so floor is yours. Did that not work?
Adar?
Oh, yep, I can hear you.
Oh, I didn't know if you had invited me at this moment. Okay. Nice to speak with you, first of all. I've been following you for a while. I just
Likewise.
wanted to speak at this time because what you just said is so resonant with me. As a Jew in the States, I'm somewhere in the Midwest, and I've been struggling precisely with this very issue, which is like how to effectively use my voice. I think I don't need to introduce myself too much because I'll just say that I basically agree with everything you just said. Um, so, for example, where I live, there was in our local like Jewish publication, there was a letter that people could sign against starvation in Gaza. That felt like something that I could totally throw myself behind, so I signed that letter. And from there, there's a group that has broken off into possibly taking more action. That group feels to me like they're a little bit I'm finding myself having a hard time completely throwing myself into what they're doing because I feel, we've seen these examples of like the Hannah Einbinder. That kind of performance for me personally, does not feel very resonant for me because of exactly the kind of concerns that you just raised. I feel a lot of natural affinity for Jews as a Jew, and so I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt my people as much as I'm against a lot of what's happening. So that's been my struggle is sort of exactly what you just said. I just wanted to share that resonates. For some people in my community, this is not a struggle. They're happy to protest in more unconflicted ways. But I think I just want to say that I wish that there was a way where I could participate and use my voice in a way where I feel like I would not be doing harm to I hold like the kibbutzniks and Kfar Aza, those people very dear to me. So I don't want to be hurting those people in anything that I would do. So that's part of the framework that I'm thinking from.
Yeah, so Adam, thanks for sharing that. And what you just expressed is very much what I've heard from other Jews who do feel like they want to speak up and for just that reason can't. It's and to add to that, another concern they did express is also they do fear backlash from their own community. So I think it's double. It's one, backlash from their own community, which often can get nasty, and two is just supporting people who you feel very well may hate you. Do you have do you have any thoughts of how to navigate that? Like what you think can be done to where you could use your voice in a way that's effective, that isn't contributing or associating with something you don't want to be associating with?
I was very hopeful when this group, like I was happy to sign the letter, that went to this Jewish publication. It was the starvation in Gaza seemed like such a at that the week that it happened a couple weeks ago seemed like a really clear red line for me, and I felt like I could condemn that without, hurting my own people in a way. Um, I I think that it's a matter of trust. It's the sort of the issue. I don't have great clear ideas. I think it's sort of this sense that we have, and I think a lot of it comes from the trauma of the October 8th moment, of seeing the October 7th happening, and then seeing the world sort of celebrate in different ways or protest in ways that didn't feel like they had our backs in a way. And so I think the sort of the ghost of that moment is still with us. So even though I'm cringing every day when I see the destruction in Gaza and it's horrible, um, there's sort of this I'm facing this internal issue where I think, yeah, but do these people, are they really all anti-Zionists who'd be happy if all the Jews left Israel, or do they also can they actually advocate for like the green line, like the 67 borders, really for us too? It's like if there was some real sense that a sort of a sense of a true like justice, like in the form of, I know the two-state solution seems very dead these days, but something along those lines where people were really fighting for something where both national movements were able to achieve safe realization side by side, I would certainly throw my heart and mind behind that with 100% effort. But I just don't trust it at the moment. That's the problem. It's an issue of trust, I think. So
Yeah, yeah, I definitely hear that. I'll tell you the way I look at it, which gives me more comfort doing what I do, is that currently the Western establishment is extremely pro-Israel, primarily the US. So I think that the movement that wouldn't care to see us killed or would even rejoice in us being killed, while they are becoming more popular, they're very far from actually holding much power. And my hope is that they just create a balance between a very pro Israel establishment and then, let's say, a populist movement that is anti Israel, which is comprised of all these different groups, including the humanist group. And so it doesn't create a situation where the US entirely abandons Israel in a way that, we could just be genocided and nobody would do anything about it, but where it will just create a situation where the US takes a more moderate stance, where they understand it's like, okay, we're an establishment that, is pro-Israel, but our constituents are not going to vote for us if we are just enabling Israel to do whatever they do. So we need to take a more moderate stance. That's my hope, is how it's going to play out, because I don't see the US system becoming anti-Zionist anytime soon. I think it'll just become more moderate because there's going to be a tension between the establishment and a populist movement. That's my hope, at least. Um, but yeah, who knows? Who knows? Does that give you a sense of comfort, Adam?
well, I think part of the issue is that I love your vision. I may it come to pass. made the dialectical process produce something more moderate. But my fear is that, at least sitting here in the States right now, the politics, and maybe everywhere in the world, it's so polarized. We see the reactions to Charlie Kirk, people valorizing him and people saying he was the devil. I mean, there seems to be almost two teams, and there's a lot of pressure to sort of pick a team and go all in. So that the thing I'm almost most concerned about is the water itself, if you know what I mean. Like, I wish the vibration of the water was more moderate or more civil, so that we could just, it's so hard to find these spaces that aren't black and white and polarized. And maybe that's also a result of social media keeping us all so like angry all the time. But that I wish I had more hope. I think you're right that in terms of hard power and money and support of Israel, like the community, I mean, there's no doubt that it's very pro-Israel. And part of what the group that I was talking about, who's trying to speak up against it, they're trying to create some space for diverse voices. And I think in that context, it's really important, because the main Jewish institutions have basically been quiet this whole time. They haven't put out a lot of messages. So, or they just have sort of supported Israel quietly. So, I think you're exactly right about that. And I think that, but yeah, in terms of the middle space, I don't know. I would like to believe that there could be something more moderate. I also worry that it could just, one day flip, completely, if the
Right.
demographics change and suddenly, because the politics feel so polarized. So I think we need the temperature and a certain kind of atmosphere to change as much as the politics themselves.
Yeah, yeah. The idea of achieving moderation as a result of a balance between two extremes is not as ideal as moderation coming from just the masses being moderate. So I agree completely. I'm just trying to be optimistic with what we have available. And yeah, I think social media is really contributing to our polarization. It's ironic because social media and internet has really connected the globe, right? It allows us to communicate thoughts and ideas at the speed of light. And yet it seems to making us more divided than ever before. And I guess with that, I'll shout out the company I'm currently working on building, which is a platform called Head On, which is designed. It's essentially social media that's meant to bring out the best in us and bring people together for productive dialogue. So, if anybody's actually interested in this concept, we're launching what's called tracks, which are these smaller discussion groups, kind of like this, kind of like we're doing now, but with like a set group of people that you meet with every week. So you could go deeper with them, you could build trust with them. And the idea is to scale that. So think of a group of 12, but times a million or times many millions. And we feel like this, and it's primarily going to be voice based. So we feel like this is just a better system, a better platform to help really build ties and help people who currently disagree find common ground. So if this interests anybody listening and you want to join one of our tracks that we're just rolling out, reach out to me and I'd be happy to get you enrolled. I see we have more people joining. If anybody wants to hop on and share thoughts, you're more than welcome to. I see we have one more requested. Obladi, welcome. The floor is yours. Obla, you with us?
Yes, what's up?
How's it going? Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome.
What's on your mind this evening?
Nothing yet.
I just want to hang out, and you may chime in the future.
No, you ask, like, we had a terrible day today,
Yeah.
So lots of things on my mind.
Oh, is this Anan?
Who?
Am I talking to Anan?
No,
Oh, okay. You sound like another Israeli friend who hops onto my stream sometimes, who's from Jerusalem, and you
no,
have
no, no, I haven't been here.
Hagabah. Okay.
I haven't been here for a year.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, it's been yep, definitely a hard day for Israelis. 6 killed. 2 on the Jordanian border, 4 in Gaza. And I mean, if we're going to talk about deaths, we should acknowledge all the deaths, which 79 reported killed yesterday in Gaza. So the blood continues to spill. But yeah, we Israelis are not used to losing our own on a daily basis. So even when we lose one, it's a national mourning. We all feel it.
I don't care about the Palestinian deaths. It can go up to billion. I don't care.
Yeah, well, I do. So that's why it's important for me to mention that.
Okay.
But you represent, I would say, currently the majority viewpoint in the Israeli population.
I represent myself. That's it.
Well, the reason I felt it's important to say that is because there's pressure. People will often pressure me to not host those who have seemingly extreme views, but I think it's essential to platform people who are representing popular views, especially if they're majority views. I think it's important for people to understand them and what drives them and how to engage with them. But
when people in America were fighting the Nazis, and they asked a poll, well, do you care about the German people? You think any of them said, yes, I care about those in Berlin?
no, so what you're pointing to is actually something very natural. It's very uncommon to care about your enemy, even civilians of your enemy. And that's why international law is important. That's why after World War II, we passed international law because we understood that there is no incentive for a military to take precautions to protect the civilians of their enemy. And as our weapons get more powerful, we understood that that's a very dangerous misalignment of incentive. So I understand why you don't care how many Palestinians are killed, but it's very good that the world cares and the world is trying to do something about it.
The world doesn't care, you know.
No, I mean many do. We see that many people do.
Majority do not. Majority do not.
Well, right. You have going on 8 billion.
Do you care about the 500,000 people who died in Yemen in the last 10 years?
Yeah, I mean,
Did
obviously,
you walk for them? Did you demonstrate for them? Did you shout anything for them?
no,
Did you
no.
change your photo?
No, I'm Israeli, so
So
obviously,
why not?
well,
Why you don't care about those 500,000 who died in this war by Saudis and others?
I could explain. I care more about the people my own government is killing. I care more about where my tax dollars go and what my people are doing. So this is an atrocity being carried out by my own people, by my own government. Obviously, I care more about that than I care about people dying elsewhere. But I think all
Every Western government was helping to kill those 500,000 American weapon, Israeli weapon. We're in a global world. You can't distinguish the exact people who does or don't. F-16 and others were flying above Yemen and
so
killed.
wait. So hold on. First of all, I'm Israeli. I'm not saying this as an American. I'm saying this as an Israeli. Second of all, if you wanna talk about what is many people perceive as a double standard, we could do that. But often the pointing to the double standard is just used as a deflection. People don't want to recognize what's happening in Gaza as bad, so they like to point to a double standard. Even if a double standard exists, that doesn't absolve Israel of
No, it wasn't
the
a double
atrocities they're
standard
committing.
issue. It was a reject of the fact that you said that everybody care about, people really care about, and I think the majority of the people in the world has zero caring about what happened there, and it's a political tool, not more than that. It's about the Jew hating more than the Arab Palestinian loving or whatever.
Yeah, I know this is this is a narrative we often tell
But
ourselves.
I just proved you. I just proved you.
No, no,
When
no.
500,000 died in Yemen and 500,000
Hold
died
on.
in
So you want to hear the distinction? I'm happy to
yeah.
explain the distinction. So first of all, the rate at which civilians are being killed and children are being killed in Gaza relative to population size is much higher than Yemen. Let's just first make that clear.
It's a lie. What you're saying now.
No, no,
What you said now. The
not.
worst fake news I've ever. And you know what?
It's not.
I don't want to. If because you said that, first of all, you don't have numbers, and second of
I,
all, you don't know how many civilians died
we
by
do.
Saudis, by
We do.
Moroccan air flights, by
We do.
UAE in Yemen.
You see, Obla, when you live in a heavily propagandized world, I can see why you would reach that conclusion. But when you actually research the numbers, what I'm
Okay, so what's the numbers of civilians who died in Yemen, and what's the number of civilians who died in Gaza? If you
so
say, give me proof. Don't say because you believe that.
no, it's not an issue of belief. When it comes to the death toll in Gaza,
Yeah, bring me the numbers.
I'm okay. I'm getting into it, but you're getting very defensive. So when it comes to the death toll in Gaza, this is something that I've been researching and writing and talking about for well over a year now. I've put out many analyses. I've done deep dives in the data. I'm working on another analysis now. The civilian death toll in Gaza is very plausibly in the 100,000 range right now. The child death toll is very plausibly over 20,000. We have their names and ID numbers. All these names and ID numbers.
It's
Hold on, hold
it's
on, hold on, hold
everything.
on,
It's not answering the what you
oh,
said. You
hold
said
on.
more.
Oh,
Let's emphasize the say more than.
oh, oh,
Let's say
Obla,
Gaza is the number one in
Obla.
the world. Okay.
If you keep cutting me off, I'm gonna mute you. Okay? You asked me a
Okay.
question.
So
You asked me a
have a
question.
nice day. I'm out. Thank you. Bye bye.
Okay. So you're not even willing to engage. You see, you ask a question, you get uncomfortable with the answer, and then you feel the need to interrupt. And then when I call you out on interrupting, you leave. That's where we're at. But I will finish what I'm saying because many people don't know this. So we have the names and ID numbers of around 19,000 children killed in Gaza. They all exist in the Palestinian Population Registry, which Israel has full access to. Israel does not deny these numbers, and we know from whistleblowers that Israel relies on these numbers. If you look at the percentage, if you take that percentage relative to the population size, children in Gaza and civilians in Gaza in general are being killed at a far higher rate than in Yemen. It's not even close. Now, what I think is also important to say, and I wish Obla was here, but people like to live comfortably in their heavily propagandized bubble. But there seemingly is a double standard, right? Why is all the focus on Israel relative to other places? Well, I think there's a few things that play into it. The one that Obla said, which is the common rationale or reason most Israelis give, it's just anti-Semitism. That's what we'll often hear. The reason why people focus on Israel is anti-Semitism. Well, that certainly plays into it, but there's many other reasons that I think are very legitimate. One is that this is very much U.S. supported and U.S. funded, and just Western supported in general. So Westerners naturally are going to care more about this. But I think most importantly is that the Israel-Palestine conflict is a conflict that has existed for really, over 100 years to some extent. But for decades now, the pro-Palestine movement has effectively built a movement in the West. It's part of our collective consciousness that they've effectively built a movement of people that support Palestine. This has taken decades to build. Yemen has not done this. Sudan has not done this. This has been decades of hard work from Palestinian activists and their allies to create awareness around Palestinian liberation. So when you have a situation where Palestinians are being killed, naturally, more people are going to be focused on that. That is the success of the pro-Palestine movement. And we should just recognize it at that. So pointing to the double standard is just a deflection. Palestinians, great on them. They convinced Westerners that their lives matter, and Westerners are speaking up for them. So I think we need to acknowledge that is in a very central part to why there's a disproportionate attention on it. We just saw real-time crash out moment from a fellow citizen. Anyways, Jared, you wanna speak? I see you're on here now.
Yeah, so I have to go here in just a minute. So I thought before I go, I would ask a couple questions.
Sure, yeah.
So first of all, I don't know if you're aware or have followed any of Dave Smith's contributions on what's happening in Gaza and Palestine, but he's got really, really good takes on it, very consistent as well. So if you haven't, I would check out like some of the debates he's done and just, talking about the data and the numbers, that kind of thing. But then I was also curious how you handle, how people always trot out the very convenient excuse of if someone is critical of the government of Israel, they just instantly associate that with being anti-Semitic, that your criticism of this government equates to hatred of an entire ethnicity. I wonder how people respond when you try to, show them that that line of thinking is so illogical and doesn't work. Like, what if Israel went and committed something that they would agree is an atrocity? Like Israel, I don't know, bombed London or something. Would you hold all Jews responsible for the actions of Israel? I would assume most people would. Oh no, of course not. So they can see it going in one direction, but not the other. Have you ever had any instance of trying to show people how messed up that line of thinking is if you try to put it going the other way?
Yeah, so great question. Regarding Dave Smith, I've seen some of his content. Does he do things regarding the death toll? Because I haven't seen him do anything on that. My impression of him is he has good humanist intuitions and seems to understand the conflict well from that perspective. Not that he's super well researched on it, just that he understands that this is clearly wrong, what's happening. But are you saying
I
he's
don't
done
know if
actual analyses on death toll and stuff?
I don't know if he's done any analyses on the death toll specifically and like civilian ratio, but I know he's definitely well read on like the history of the state of Israel and Zionism, and like I mean he has read a lot regarding the background of the conflict. I just don't know about the exact ratios and death tolls as far as that much as he's covered.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, but I've appreciated a lot of what he said. Um, I think from a humanist standpoint, he seems to understand. In terms of your other question, so it's really unfortunate how the term anti-Semitism has been weaponized to shield against legitimate criticism of Israel. And this is something that has existed long before October 7th, but it's really been taken up a notch since, that people will come with legitimate criticism and then it'll just be called blood libel or some other accusation. And we're to the point where people do not take accusations of anti-Semitism seriously anymore. It's been weaponized to that point where it's just seen as an unserious term that's used to silence dissent. So people doing that are actually fanning the flames of anti-Semitism. They're not mitigating it. They're not stopping anti-Israel criticism. It's an entirely counterproductive uh, approach. That's generally how I describe it to people, but or how I describe it to fellow Jews who are doing that. Because again, we spoke about children being killed. The rate at which children have been killed in Gaza is the highest since the Rwanda genocide. Now, Rwanda was much worse, but there's nothing in the 21st century where you're going to see this many children relative to population size being killed. Now, when people talk about that, they say, "Oh, that's blood libel." That's just you're engaging in blood libel. But we're describing reality as it is, and a very horrific reality that people should rightfully be condemning. So I do take deep issue with people doing that. And I think it's a problem that we need to talk about more within our community. I think that because anti Semitism has plagued us for so long, it makes it much harder for us to be critical and reflective on how certain actions may be perceived by others. We kind of, any critique of Jews, whether it's the Jewish state or Jews, by default, we just assume it's anti Semitic. And I think we see similar things in, the other social justice movements. Like we saw similar weaponization of the term racism in the racial justice movement in the U.S. and weaponization of the term transphobic and perhaps even Islamophobic, and they always have the same effect. It just gets it doesn't do anything to educate people. It doesn't do anything to foster greater understanding, and if anything, it just gets people to not take these terms seriously. So I think it is entirely counterproductive. And just on the note of counterproductivity, it does make me sad that when I look at there, you have a lot of Jewish influencers and activists who their main focus is anti-Semitism, as well as organizations like the ADL, which is their goal is to mitigate anti-Semitism. If you take the sum of all their efforts, not only do I not think they've done anything to lower anti-Semitism, I think they've actually, if anything, contributed to it more than they've done mitigated it. You have some individual activists that do a good job educating and reaching across the aisle to have conversations, I'm sure, but the majority don't, and it's unfortunate. And whenever I talk about this, people often say, "Oh, you're victim blaming, you're this, you're that." But I reject that framing. I think it's perfectly reasonable for all groups who face hate to understand how their actions may reduce that hate or contribute to that hate. It's not victim blaming. It's trying to acknowledge reality for what it is. It's being introspective. I think it's healthy for all individuals to do that. I think it's healthy for groups to do that. So I realize this is a sensitive topic that I try to navigate respectfully, but I think I feel adamantly that it's important for us Jews as a community to be able to have these conversations and acknowledge how our forms of activism are only contributing, um, or only pour fuel to the fire that is anti-Semitism. And I think all groups should be doing this. Now, I'll tell you a challenge that exists is I would love to have these conversations with fellow Jews. I think we should brainstorm ideas how to better talk about these issues. But when I post, I'm sometimes reluctant to post stuff like this on Twitter because that's for the public to see. Some conversations you just want to have with a certain group. You don't want to always like what's the saying, air out your dirty laundry in public. Is that the saying? Right? You don't always want to do that. So I think it would be cool to have a space where these conversations can be had that's not in public, but that currently doesn't exist, which is also something we hope to achieve with the platform we're building. But yeah, I hope that answers your question. Jared, I don't know if you're chiming in again, but you're muted. And Shadow Disk, I see your calculation, but your calculation's wrong. I don't know about the 100,000. Oh, you're talking about 0 to 5. I don't know. I need to confirm that, but I've done the calculation comparing Yemen to Gaza on many occasions, and Gaza comes out higher. I think though there's the wrong comparison because the Gaza numbers are we're only talking about violent deaths, and the Yemen numbers you're talking about primarily indirect deaths, starvation, malnutrition, which are not accounted for yet in Gaza, which aren't nearly as severe as in Yemen, but it's two different types of data. One is only violent deaths, and the other is total deaths, which include indirect. All right, we're gonna bring. Oh, Jared, did you get taken off? Wait, what's going on? Am I having a bug here on Spaces? Jared, are you able to speak? Because it says you're requested now. Speakers. Oh, okay. No, you're on. Let's see. We have more comments. Yeah, just for those joining, this is also on YouTube and it's also on Discord. So we have Q&A coming in. Noam, you're asking how many children under 5 have been killed in Gaza. We could check pretty easily. Well, this is I have the list from July, so it's not updated, but it could give a good sense. You're saying I disagree with the Dar's claim accusing everyone of anti-Semitism. Once make sure the worst fools stay away from the debates. The ones overcoming the accusation are more sane. We need to accuse more people of anti-Semitism just to see how they respond. Yeah, I don't know about that. That we've taken the accusations to the max. That the term has been rendered meaningless, and anti-Semitism has exploded. Now, anti-Semitism has not exploded because of Jewish activists. It's primarily exploded because of platforms like Twitter allowing this form of hate, global complexities that are easily explained by just blaming Jews and by Israel's actions, and just old stories that still exist within society. But the effort to mitigate it has been not just unproductive, it's been counterproductive. Those groups facing hate acting to mitigate it should also include Palestinians. Yeah, I agree. I would say when Palestinians, when you see really radical Palestinians saying unhinged things, that contributes to people not liking Palestinians. I mean, I use this example all the time, right? Because when I talk about certain actions that come from within the Jewish community that might fuel anti-Semitism, like Israel's actions, people get triggered. But I don't think it's at all controversial to say that Islamic terrorism contributes to Islamophobia. After 9/11, Islamophobia skyrocketed. People have very natural reactions to this kind of stuff. It doesn't even mean the reaction is justified. It's just recognizing that it's a human reaction. And people do it for much more trivial things. The fact that after COVID, or during COVID, you had anti-Asian attacks increase in the US. We had Russian businesses attacked in the US when Russian invaded Ukraine. So we see this across the board, not just with the Jews. Noam, you asked about children 0 to 5 being killed. So this is as of July, and this is confirmed, right? You're going to have some amount unconfirmed, but ages 0 to 5 as of July is 5,620 confirmed deaths. If you want, you could also include a margin of error of like 5% to play it safe, because there's going to be mistakes on the list always. But yeah, that's unheard of. I'll tell you where you get something close if you look at indirect deaths. Sudan, from starvation, indirect deaths, you get a similar rate, but the data does not separate pre-war and post-war child deaths. They just look at total, because those areas already have a relatively high amount of child starvation prior, even in time of peace. But if you look at it now, it's similar to in Gaza, but these are indirect deaths, not violent deaths. In terms of violent deaths, it's very much a league of its own. If you want to look at total deaths related to war, then Sudan is close. We have a question coming in, and if anybody here on the space wants to, oh, Benny, I'm bringing you on. I'm just going to answer one question first that came in on YouTube. Isaac asks, why do you think countries that recognize Palestine does not also tie it with rejecting right of return, mainly if they recognize 2 states for 2 people? So the states that are all recognizing a Palestinian state have already recognized Israel a long time ago. You're saying, why don't they explicitly say, we will recognize a state but not give you a right of return? I don't know. That's an interesting question. I don't even think I don't think it's that important. I think a more interesting question is if they're going to do it, it should be under a precondition that Hamas surrenders. I think that is a strategically good move that could actually incentivize Hamas to surrender. But right of return is not a deal breaker. It's not as big of a deal breaker as I think many think. We just need to be sensible with what that looks like. No country can reasonably absorb that number of people. Israel sets a number that every year X number of Jews and Y number of Palestinians are going to have the right to move to Israel. They're going to need to abide by the law of the state, and it needs to be a reasonable amount that the country can absorb. This idea that Israel needs to accept hundreds of thousands of people a year, it doesn't make any sense. So that should be the negotiating term, finding some sensible level of right of return, but I don't think it needs to be a deal breaker. Hope that answers your question, Isaac. And Benny, what's up? Floor is yours.
Hey there. I just was interested in hearing your take on the pro-Palestine or Palestinian concept of justice. I mean, with the level, I mean, there's a whole history, the 100-year history, but with the level of atrocities that's happening, and they just seem to be getting worse. I wonder what justice could even mean.
It's a good question. I think the desire for justice is very natural. You know, it really righting a wrong helps us heal from that wrong. It doesn't make it entirely better. It doesn't bring the dead back from the life. It doesn't heal our trauma, but it gives us some semblance of, well, justice. So I think it is important for a reconciliation process. It's important for Palestinians to agree to certain deals, for them to feel that they are getting justice. But I think we do need to be honest about the fact that there's no such thing as complete justice, right? We can't bring the living back from the dead. So we need to be realistic, pragmatic at what justice could look like. And we also need to be clear that vengeance and justice are not the same thing. So in terms of justice for Palestinians that I think is well within reason is sovereignty over their own land, or equality, if we're looking at more of a federation type solution. Let's say reparations for those who have suffered some kind of abuse or loss of a family member, and holding war criminals accountable, which I think that third one is probably the hardest, but that would also give people a sense of justice if those who have committed war crimes face justice. So those are really the three, right? A just solution, either in the form of equality or sovereignty, reparations, and holding war criminals accountable. I'm happy to hear if you feel otherwise, or if there's something you think I missed, but those are what I think are certainly within reason and achievable.
I mean, you mentioned the limited right of return before. I think that would be also part of it.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's super doable, you know. I think the getting caught up on rate of return, I've never really understood. It always seems like too big of an issue has been made over that. But yeah, I think that would do well. Now, then there's the question of reparations for those who lost land in 48. And I think that for those still alive, it makes much more sense. Some would argue that their descendants should get reparations, which I'm open to, but it is worth acknowledging that, as far as I know, there's never been reparations for descendants of those victimized. If you look at Holocaust reparations, it's not to descendants of survivors to survivors, right? And I don't know if there is an example of descendants getting reparations. So I'm not saying on that basis alone I disagree with it. It's just not something that we have really a historical example of happening. But letting Palestinians resettle, on the land, and finding good ways to integrate them into society. Yeah, I think it's certainly something we could and should do. And with that, work on just further improving ties between Jewish Israelis and Palestinian Israelis, right? Because there's work to be done there. And that's an interesting topic. I actually want to bring in more people for conversations on that, because the other day I had a space and there was a Palestinian citizen of Israel who joined, and he was very much an anti-Zionist. And when I told him that immense progress has been made from the 60s, when Palestinian citizens of Israel were under martial law, to today, where they make up 50% of doctors and nurses and pharmacists, and they own their own businesses, and in many ways are well integrated into society. His position is that improvement is an illusion, and if anything, it's worse, because it's a form of whitewashing. He says it's no different from having a slave in the field to then bringing them into the home, which I actually think being in the home is better than being in the field, but I don't agree with that analogy either. I think maybe a better analogy would be moving from slavery to Jim Crow era, but even that's not a great analogy, because Palestinian citizens of Israel have far more rights and are far more equal in Israeli society than blacks under Jim Crow era. Now, that doesn't mean it's perfect, but it's interesting hearing his perspective relative to the perspective of many of the Palestinian citizens of Israel / Arab Israelis. And the reason I'm now saying Arab Israelis is because this population, they do identify differently. They have a mixed identity. Not all identify as Palestinian, and certainly many don't identify as Israeli. But the ones in the Galilee where I live, if they were to hear this guy talk, the one I was just describing, they would be offended by what he was saying, because I meet people all the time, and I make an effort to hear their perspective and see how they feel about being Israeli, how they identify. And a lot of them say, I'm not Palestinian, I'm Israeli, and I like to be Israeli. And yeah, they'll talk about maybe systemic issues, that the government doesn't give them building permits, so there's a grievance there. But they very much feel like they're part of the society, and they're proud to be part of the society, and they enjoy it. So the person who expressed this more negative view relative to the people I'm meeting, I imagine comes from a very different community, right? A lot of this depends on the community they come from. And it also differs from individual to individual. But I'd be fascinated to have an actual host a conversation between two Palestinian citizens of Israel that have vastly different perspectives on the state and how much they feel a part of the state. But with that, there's definitely work that needs to be done. They're not well integrated enough. There's definitely systemic injustices, and where Israeli society does not hold Arabs and Muslims so favorably. It's a population we've been in conflict with. So any level of racism or fear a Jew has towards Arabs is felt, right? They're living in a society where they do face discrimination from individuals, or at the very least, just a lack of trust, a fear of them. And that certainly has an effect on your life. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I'd say solving the conflict would bring us much closer, but there's certainly things on a policy and systemic level that we could change. One more point
Speaking of,
just one more point on this population. It's a fascinating population because it's the largest, in a sense, humanist population in Israeli society. And what I mean by humanist is, on social issues, they're actually quite conservative, right? They're going to be on social issues closer to settlers and ultra Orthodox and religious right-wing Jews than they will be Tel Aviv Jews. But if you look at polling, Arab Israelis, the majority of them they overwhelmingly condemned October 7th, and they overwhelmingly condemned Israel's response to October 7th. The only other demographic in Israel that did that was not even the left, it was the far left that overwhelmingly condemned both. So it's interesting to notice that that's something unique about them. And Benny, yeah, with that, I'll give it over to you.
No, it was just you were talking about the relations, and I'm actually interested if there's any news on your. I saw you put teasers on for the, let's call it the Alice in Wonderland story.
Oh
Or
yeah, I could give an update. I should give context first. Hold on. Let me take another sip of this. I home brewed my own iced tea, which gives you a whole lot of energy, you know? So a few weeks ago, I was at a Palestinian-Israeli camping trip in Area C of the West Bank. Around 200 people showed up, more Palestinians than Israelis, which is actually quite unique because normally it's easier to get Israeli turnout than Palestinian turnout. But it was awesome. We were there getting to know each other, talking, chatting, laughing. And then one of the organizers, Alice, noticed that some settlers broke on her property. Oh, and Benny was there with me, so that Benny very much got to see this happen live. But some settlers broke onto her property, which she could see from the camping spot. So she asked me and a few others to go over there so we could confront them. So a bunch of us went over there and we confronted them. And we asked them why they're stealing, and they said, we're not stealing. This isn't Alice's land anymore, so we're just removing the stuff. They had their justification. Anyways, we were there with them. We called the police. The police came. They said it's not within our jurisdiction. They called the IDF. The IDF came. And after 2 hours, the IDF eventually said, you know what, guys? Put the stuff back. You can't take it. And then we went back, finished the camping trip. It was a great experience. A few days later, Alice reached out to me, and I live streamed this whole thing. So if anybody's interested in seeing the interaction, you could go and check out my YouTube channel and type in "confronting settlers." You should find it. But there's the link to that on my Twitter profile. But a few days later, Alice reached out to me and said she's been having problem with these same guys for some time. It's not an isolated incident. It's been an ongoing thing with them. She said she's tired of fighting with them and she wants to find a way to build ties with them, which I thought was beautiful and amazing. And obviously I said, cool, let's do it. Let's plan the next steps. So we got a little group of people together who are interested in being involved in this. And it was people who were at the camping trip. And we organized the call to kind of talk about next steps. And on the call, Alice started explaining who their ringleader is, who sends these young men and kids, because one of them was 17, to take stuff from Alice's property. And they mentioned the guy's name, and I recognized his name. Turns out it's a buddy of mine from my days in the IDF. A good buddy of mine from back then, someone I haven't spoken to in 15 years. So right after that call, I called him out of the blue after 15 years. He answered right away. And I didn't mention anything about Alice. I just told him I'm spending more time in the West Bank, which I, speaking to him, described as Judea and Samaria, of course, and told him that I'd like to come visit him because I knew he was building something out there. He told me about it years ago. And he said, yeah, come by. So last week I went to visit my old friend after 15 years. Now, the idea was to talk to him about Alice, but I wanted to tell him in person, not on the phone. And I wasn't sure if maybe, the kids we confronted filmed us. So I thought maybe he saw me in the video, so he knew, but didn't say anything. And so I wasn't sure. And then he told me to get off at the checkpoint right outside where his settlement is. And then he had to send someone to pick me up. So I was a little concerned that he was going to send one of the kids that I confronted, because then they'd recognize me and tip him off, and it would have been an interesting drive to the farm. Thankfully, it wasn't any of the guys from that evening. It was someone else, and he took me there. And then we started catching up. It's interesting, you haven't seen him in 15 years. He has 7 kids. So we've taken very different life paths, him and I. And eventually I told him, I said, look, I found out you know one of my friends. And he said, who? I said in a joking manner, one of your enemies. He's like, my enemy? He was surprised because he's like, I don't have enemies. And I told him Alice. And then I told him how I know her, et cetera, et cetera. And then I wanted to hear his side of the story. And that's when I understood how complicated it is. Because in his eyes, he is very much the victim here. And I can actually understand him. He's renting the land that is Alice's. He's renting from Kakal, which is the JNF. I don't know how the JNF got rights to the land. Supposedly they've had rights to the land since '69, but Alice's family is living there for hundreds of years. They've built businesses on the land. They farm the land. So I don't know when ownership transfer happened or how, and why from '69 till 2020 they've still lived there. But in Alice's perspective, this is a major injustice. This is land that they've worked and lived on for generations, and now all of a sudden a Jewish family is moving in. But in my friend Lior's perspective, he sees it with him working within the system, paying rent, getting all the proper permits, and he's just trying to farm the land and provide for him and his family. And he needs to deal with what he views as squatters and people coming and stealing from him and vandalizing stuff. He thinks that the theft and vandalization that's happening is Alice, though Alice tells me it's not, and that it's just other neighbors that aren't happy with him being there. But he has his own grievance. He's not coming from a malicious place. He's trying to clear the land so he can farm it, so he can, provide for his wife and 7 kids. So it really got me to understand that this situation is very much just yet another systemic problem. It's a system that is pitting our people up against each other that very clearly will favor one population over the other. But yeah, it's not simple to solve, because it's not just settlers harassing Alice. It's disputed property. And I don't see how that's solved outside of the courts. So it is in a court process. So the court will resolve it, and hopefully they find a fair solution, which should allow Alice and her family to continue to live and use the land, at least some of it, right? There's a lot of different lots there that they're fighting over. But I will say that Lior, he is open to speaking to Alice and talking to her and building ties with her. So he wasn't closed to that idea. He was very much open to it, despite feeling like she's been harassing him, right? That's his perspective of it. So he is open to doing something about it. I just don't know how them meeting is going to solve it, because at the end of the day, there's still very much a real dispute over whose land is theirs. Noam is asking, what made it Alice's land in the first place? So that's something I'm unsure of. She says she does have paperwork that showing ownership, but we need to understand that up until a certain point in history, land ownership was essentially, if you live on a land, if you work on a land, that is the same as owning the land, right? When the European colonizers got to the Americas, there's not a single Native American that could show a land deed, right? This is a relatively new concept. So a lot of the displacement that's happened, the legal displacement that's happened for Palestinians, is Palestinians who've been living on a land, farming land for hundreds of years, and ownership was gained either through buying it through an absentee landlord, or there's another law that if land isn't claimed in a certain amount of time, then the JNF gets it, or sometimes land is confiscated for military purposes, and then they sell it back to Jews. So there's many ways in which Israel and the JNF get more and more land, and it's not sold to Palestinians, it's sold to Jews. But the I think generally speaking, if you're living on a land for many generations, it's unjust to just uproot people. We should let people continue to live on the land, and if we do uproot people for whatever reason, we should then be able to compensate them in some capacity. People require this land for their livelihood. Her family has gone bankrupt since this has happened. So yeah. Anyways, Benny, that's a little update, and so we'll see what's happening next. We're still trying to understand the next steps, but it was a cool meeting. Oh, and what's funny, when I was there, two of the guys that we confronted, two of the thieves, they drove up on the Ranger and they saw me and Lior just hanging out, and they were shocked to see me. They couldn't understand what I could possibly be doing speaking to their community leader. And Lior said, "Don't worry, he's a friend." But it was hard for them to warm up to me. They still saw me as in their eyes some radical lefty. But Lior's the boss, and he invited me with open arms. And I'll go back. I'll go spend more time with them, see if we can make progress. David is asking, is it Alice's land as far as the UN is concerned? I'm not sure. It's hard for me to wrap my head around the whole legal side of things. Supposedly Alice did research, and there's no official statement that the JNF even owns this land. So I still have not fully wrapped my head around about how all of that works. But I do know there's a few ways in which Israel acquires land from Palestinians, whether it's no one's lived there for long enough, so they take ownership. It's confiscated for military purposes. 40% of land that's taken for military purposes is then sold to Jews. The other 60% isn't sold to Palestinians. It's just kept for military purposes. So yeah, I know that there's different ways, but this specific incident, I don't know. I don't have all the details. I just understand that there's a real injustice, but I recognize that there's a mutual grievance. If I was in Lior's shoes, just trying to provide for my family, I would feel harassed. I would see this as, very much affecting my livelihood and my ability to provide for me and my family. Now, you could say, well, Lior should understand that there's an injustice and not want to live there. Yeah, I mean, I guess in an optimal world, but not as somebody who grows up in Israeli society and is in a community that very much tells you that, that this is ours, and it's not only ours, it's a mitzvah, meaning it's a good deed in Judaism for us to work the land and build on the land. So it's not justifying it, but I think it shouldn't be too hard to understand his perspective on it and why he sees it as it's a grievance for him as well. So I don't I don't know what the solution is, but hopefully the court does something just, which I can't tell you I have high hopes of, but yeah. So Noam, you're saying what? No, so the land, you're saying thousands of people were living on their land. It's not all their land. So no, this is specifically farmland that Alice's family has lived on. It's been their land for hundreds of years at this point. It's not. It wasn't a town where everybody was displaced and Alice is the only one fighting. This has been land that they farmed. They had a restaurant there for hundreds of years, which they also claim to have the paperwork for. So. No, don't for a moment think that whenever Palestinians are displaced, that somehow it's this is just a legitimate thing that Israel is doing and it's perfectly legal and moral. That's very far from how this happens. Anyone else want to hop on or chime in? Also, if someone from Discord wants to hop on, we can do that as well. Adam, did you want to chime in again? I saw you raised your hand again.
Yeah, hi. I was just curious to follow up with you about this right of return. You kind of said, you see it as an issue that could be solved, kind of without, you sort of, I think you said that you don't understand why it's kind of the crux of the issue, but then on the other hand, and you sort of laid out a pragmatic, way of dealing with it from the Israeli side, which I think makes sense. But I'm trying to square that against kind of the opposite impression that I've developed over the past 2 years. I remember at some point thinking in the past 2 years, since October 7th, that I misunderstood the conflict. I thought it was about maybe 67 borders, and now I understand this grievance of 48 is really seems to be the core of the conflict, from the Palestinian side, as I can understand it. So that seems to be the case both in terms of the sort of chants coming out of the pro-Palestine movement, and also in the way that sort of refugee status has been structured in terms of UNRWA definitions of the refugees past status being passed on to descendants. And so I guess I'm a little confused about why, like in the way that you just also talked about land ownership, being sort of innate, before modern times, and then so there's been this injustice. Like it seems to me that at least emotionally or ideologically, that seems to be actually the core that's sort of driving the conflict, at least as far as I can tell. So I'm trying to square the sense that you feel like that part of it could be sort of, on the one hand, pragmatically kind of easily solved, with the fact that it doesn't seem like it's so easily solved ideologically.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think, and I actually started the live stream talking about just this topic, that one of the things that we noticed with the assassination of Charlie Kirk is how unprincipled people actually are, how the right can be, all of a sudden they're supportive of cancel culture and stopping free speech. And we've seen instances where they are very unsympathetic, where people on the left are killed. The reason I bring this up is just one recent example where we see that there's people attached to movements and communities and let's just stick with movements and communities more than deep principles. So I don't think the return to 48 is a deep principle of Palestinians. And I actually don't think any of their demands are actually very deeply principled. I think it's more so just uh, a general understanding that there's been an injustice and some justice needs to be had. And if that justice is there's ways in which that justice can be met that will move Palestinians away from feeling like they need to return to all of the land that was taken from them, or that they'll not stop fighting until Israel is fully destroyed. I don't think that's as deeply held a principle as many people think it is. I think in a situation where there's a limited right of return, and let's say there's a Palestinian state, my impression is not that Palestinians are then going to rally for that state to then be at war with Israel. And people like to say, then how do you explain the Gaza situation? Well, Gaza actually, we saw something similar to what I'm describing. It didn't turn out well, but Hamas was elected. And it's not that they were elected and they just waged war on Israel. It actually was very different. There's a very strong revisionism for how that played out. After they were elected, rocket firing reduced significantly because they were trying to gain legitimacy. We saw very few rockets fired in the close to a year after they were elected. And they reached out to Israel to negotiate a 10-year truce. They took the opportunity of the withdrawal to actually try to seemingly normalize ties and negotiate a 10-year truce. And you did even have members of Hamas say that they are willing to expand that to a 50-year truce. Now, people are suspicious. They say, yeah, well, they just wanted that so they could arm and then fight Israel. But I don't, and I feel pretty strongly about this, that I don't think that if people are if there's a truce and you have years of peace and of building ties and of economic cooperation and of constant progress and something to continuously work for and build towards, people are not inclined to destroy that through engaging in violence. Violence is generally, in those instances, come from a place of desperation, from not feeling like you have other means to achieve the goals. So we do like to point to Gaza saying, you see, we gave them a state and look what they did. But we saw that actually when Hamas, who was far more extreme than the PA, got a state, they actually made an effort to try to normalize and have an extended truce with us, which we outright rejected and then put them under siege, which is an act of war. So I feel very strongly that if we can create a stable situation in the West Bank and in Gaza, where the conditions are continuously improving and there's a clear path towards this growth and improvement, that's not just going to be destroyed because they don't have all the land. My sense is that people very relatively quickly are going to accept that, okay, this is it's maybe not what my grandparents wished for, but I'm happy with my life, and I understand through continuing this process that we can have an even better situation. But we've done the opposite, right? What we did was we rewarded terror by pulling out of Gaza, and we imposed a consequence on moderation by expanding in the West Bank. Palestinians, in their eyes, they say that's how they see it. They say, wait, so Hamas attacked Israel, so they withdrew from Gaza, and we have security cooperation. The PA has security cooperation with Israel for decades and recognized Israel's right to exist in '93. And what did that lead to? More settlement expansion, more checkpoints, a more oppressive system, right? So we did not take the steps needed to reward moderation and to work with our moderate partner to building a sovereign state. We did the exact opposite. And when you don't give people peaceful means to achieve their goals, violence generally ensues. So I think that's what we just need to do. We need to give a very clear path through peace, through negotiation, through compromise and moderation for goals to be achieved and met. Does that increase your optimism in any way, Adam?
Yeah, it's like therapy listening to you in that answer. I feel myself relaxing. I mean,
Thanks. I
I
appreciate hearing that.
I think that part of what you're saying, that I think sometimes it can be a blindness, for Jews, is that sometimes I think we don't always know, what we've done. Our eyes so on the violence that's been done from the other side that sometimes it's like, oh yeah, that's the message we're sending with these policies. I think it's important to hold all of that. At the same time, the thing that I've been really frightened by this past period is just how completely zero sum it feels. Like I guess I have this fear at this moment that, I actually read Smotrich's document, his decisive plan, or at least enough of it a couple weeks ago. I was like, wow, this guy isn't just some crazy nut job. He is crazy, but he actually has a really rational, clear agenda that he's really trying to implement. And it is absolutely zero sum, winner take all. One could maybe say the same thing about Hamas. And so as long as these are the people driving the ship, this is the result. And whoever has the more powerful weapons are going to kill more people. And it's a really dark time. And so, I grew up, believing all good American liberal Zionists and the two-state solution or whatever. So, I'm sort of casting about for hope of how to get out of this moment into something else. But look, I want to believe you. It sounds much better than where we are.
Yeah, how do we get out of this moment? What is it with democracies and people's collective will to just elect such poor leadership? It's like between Netanyahu and Trump, and who's next in line in Israeli politics, Bennett. I like to be optimistic, but I don't see some revolutionary waiting to change the situation. The one thing that gives me hope is perhaps the next U.S. president is going to be much harder on Israel. Maybe not if it's J.D. Vance, but who knows who will run as a Democrat. So a U.S. president that puts necessary pressure on Israel can fundamentally change the situation. So that does give me hope. And also, Trump is a wild card. It's very hard to know, what he's thinking. He certainly operates from a place of self-interest, and I imagine his primary goal as president is to be remembered as the best president to ever live. That just seems to be his thing. So can I see him because we've seen some tension between him and Netanyahu, and it's often comes in the form of reports, not him expressing it. But it wouldn't be extremely surprising if he kind of turns on Netanyahu and takes a much harder stance on Israel. I don't have high hopes that will happen, but it wouldn't surprise me if that happens, just because he's such a wild card. And he might correctly see Netanyahu as an obstacle to peace, right? And I think he really wants that Nobel Prize. So Netanyahu might be standing in the way of his Nobel Prize. Although because he's such a polarizing figure, even if he solves Israel-Palestine, I don't know if he'd get the Nobel Prize. But he would deserve it at that point. If he actually solves it, then he deserves it. Anyways, I see we have some questions coming in. David Penner is saying, can you do a debate with the traveling Israeli guy? Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. What is that the name of his channel, the Traveling Israeli? I could reach out to him. Lisa is saying, it says on Reddit that you had a stream with Lonerbox. Is that true? If so, where is it? Yeah, I joined his stream probably a year ago now. I don't know how to find it. What did you see on Reddit? What does it say about the stream? That's kind of cool. We've spoken about speaking again, but he's ignoring me now. He told me, yeah, hop on, but I'm not talking Israel-Palestine anymore. And then people tell me all the time that he's talking Israel-Palestine and that I should speak to him. So it seems like he's not trying to have me on for a conversation about that, for whatever reason. But yeah, Lisa, what does Reddit say? I'm actually interested in knowing. Let's see what else we got. Sunny FX says the legal international opinion is that a land dispute cannot be ruled over in the courts of the occupier. I think we should understand international law. Yeah, well, Sunny, what you're saying is true, that we shouldn't have any degree of confidence that the court is going to rule fairly. I mean, I think we have enough data that almost always they rule favorably for Jews over Palestinians, but we currently don't have a system in place where we have another court ruling. So yeah. Yeah, that's what can we do about it? Like that's the process they're going through court. But I will tell you, Alice and her family feel confident that the court will rule in their favor. So I wouldn't have that level of confidence, but they seem to. So I don't know if they just have hope or they have reason for that hope. But I guess I'll keep you posted. Ryan Hedrick says Germany has paid reparations and compensation to Holocaust victims and their heirs with over 90 billion paid since 1952. I don't think it's been paid to their heirs, though. I think only directly to survivors, from what I recall. Yeah. I could look it up. I am asking ChatGPT, so there's certainly a margin of error, but that's an interesting use of the term margin of error. Probably incorrect because this isn't statistics, but I guess it works. Descendants of Holocaust survivors generally do not receive direct compensation simply because their parents or grandparents survived the Holocaust. Compensation programs were originally set up for survivors themselves, mostly by Germany, Austria, and sometimes through international funds. These programs, covering things like pensions, one-time payments, or reparations for forced labor, medical experiments, property theft, etc. That said, there are some indirect ways descendants may benefit. Inherited payments. In certain cases, a survivor who is receiving reparations passes away. A spouse or dependent child may continue to receive payments, but this is limited and usually not passed down beyond first generation. Okay, so that's one example. Restitution of property. Families may sometimes reclaim stolen property or assets if legal processes succeed. These can go to the descendants. Okay, so that's like a legal issue that is resolved after the deaths. Okay. Special funds. A few organizations have set up programs to support survivors' children and grandchildren with education, healthcare, or Holocaust-related research, but these are not the same as reparations. Okay, so some in some limited ways, yes. Cool. So let's see. I think maybe we'll wrap up the Twitter space. I'll do whoever wants to keep watching this, this is being streamed right now on YouTube and Twitter, or you should join Discord. That's where the real party happens. So you can find the link to the Discord in my bio, which we will do an after party in Discord, but I'll probably end the space and we'll maybe do one or two more video reviews, and then we'll call it I was gonna say call it a day, but probably call it a night is more suitable. So to those here on the space, Annika, Average Bro, and Sylvia. I have a feeling that's Sylvia in. Well, let me see if I could understand which language this is. Is this? Are you Polish? Maybe. No. Wait. I don't know. Correct. Maybe DM me and let me know. Oh, I got it. Let's go. I love when I successfully get a cultural flex. So I imagine that is Sylvia. Awesome. Cool. I just followed you back. Anyways, thank you all for joining the space. And if you want to keep the conversation going, you could join Discord or just watch it on YouTube. And I'll do another space sometime next week. And to the Jews here, Chag Sameach. There's New Year next week. So hope you have a good one. Always got to love when you get one of those cultural flexes, huh? When you guess correctly. The best, one of the easiest and most impressive cultural flexes, I'll give you all a hint, is when you ever meet somebody who has somewhat Asiatic features, like somewhat slanted eyes, and they have a Russian accent, there's a very good chance they're from Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan, but nobody guesses that, right? So if you ever meet one of those people, like, are you from Kazakhstan? You'll get it right sometimes, and they'll be shocked. There's Asiatic features is very broad, right? But they do have a certain look also that can be identified. But y'all should try that sometime. And if you guess wrong, there's no harm in guessing wrong. But if you guess correctly, there's, I think, some kind of a social reward there. Yeah, Danny's saying many Israelis get citizenship in European countries based on their parents and grandparents that used to live there. Yeah, people are getting Portuguese and Spanish passports. I know. Is there any, I'll do one more video review if there's anything somebody wants me to do. I know we did have one viewer Yao. He sent me some pages, but I don't think it's a specific video. So I need to look through that before I'm ready to debunk it. If not, I'm just going to play a game of chess. We're going to do chess. Yuri says, people in Kazakhstan speaking perfect Russian is creepy. They have their own culture. It's weird. Half have another culture. Well, when I said Russian accent, it's not even as a result of them speaking Russian. It's that their accent when they speak English resembles a little bit of that Russian accent. But why do you think it's creepy? What's creepy about it? Natan, you review the recent documentary about the elephant graveyard. What is that? Is that on YouTube? I'm seeing we're getting some votes for chess. Elephant graveyard. YouTube searches are weird. When you go to a channel, they don't show you the most recent stuff by default. It's interesting. Upload date by upload date. Oh no, that's not what I want to do. But nothing's worse than the MacBook search functionality. You can literally download a file, search for it, doesn't come up. Literally, it's one of the best pieces of technologies in the world. Well, in the sense that it's just seamless user experience. How can you not figure out a basic fucking search functionality? Right? Very few things get me riled up, but the MacBook search functionality. You know what really grinds my gears? That. Should we have a segment on the show? Grinds my gears. What was the name? Is that what he would call it? You guys know that South Park episode? But what would he actually call the show? What was Peter Griffin's show? Grind my gears call. What really grinds my gears? Okay, we might have that as a segment at some point. Natan, how comedy was destroyed by an anti-reality doomsday cult? Is that the one? Okay, I see you sent it here. All right, it's long, so I won't do that now. But that seems very interesting. You think it's worthy of a full review? I'm down to check it out. Just not now because I want to wrap it up. All right, I'll do one game of chess, and if somebody sends something short in the meantime, we'll do that afterwards. David says my gears are grinded by people saying Israel killed the PM of Yemen. Yeah, maybe chat. Let me know some things that grind your gears. What grinds my gears is how extremists on both sides are very similar psychologically and temperamentally and even ideologically, yet they're convinced that they're polar opposites when they're really the most similar. Like Kahanists and Hamas supporters, they're the same people. Those are the same people. They're not two different groups. Like that's how we should frame it, right? The humanists, the sensible people, the ones that can recognize the truth of both sides and try to work to find some reasonable and compassionate compromise. That's one group. Hamas, Kahanists, that's the other group. There's something simplistic. I'm just providing yet another dichotomy, but I think this is it's a helpful one. David says, and when people say 400,000 killed in Gaza, yeah, that's also not true. Definitely not 400,000. I don't know if you were here when we had that Israeli guy join the Twitter space, but he was he crashed out pretty quickly. It was a pretty funny interaction. We'll probably upload that as a standalone clip. All right, do we have the chess going? All right, let's do it. All right, guys, I am one win away from having an 1100 rating. So can we break the 1100? I think I've maxed out at 1115. Now I will say that at this ranking, if I'm not focused, if I'm not locked in, I lose quite a lot, and then I go back down. This is this I think is my rating when I'm locked in. My unfocused rating is around 1,000, 950 to 1,000. So if I only play when I'm locked in, it's interesting what I could peak at, but you see, even now, I already fucked up. I already blundered. Whatever. That's not that big of a blunder. Some Israeli spokesperson, and I'm going to try to do comments as well. Oh, that would be interesting if I do this again. If I now take 2 pawns and trade it for that puts me down 2, but it destroys their pawn structure. I'm partially memeing on this game. Okay, actually, let me do one more serious move, but okay. This is a partial meme. Oh, he didn't take it. Interesting. He's trying to eat my horsey. Oh, he blundered. Look. Boom. Check. Lisa says, some Israeli spokesperson said on Piers Morgan yesterday that it was 90,000 killed in Gaza, 30,000 from Hamas. I mean, 30,000. Israel's not even making that claim. Israel says 25K, but we have reason to believe that Israel's exaggerating. Oh, I won. They're gonna resign after this. Check, and then I get the queen. You see, boom. Okay, they didn't resign. But this should be a quick win from here, right? I think I'm probably two moves away from checkmate if I could figure it out. If I go here, check. Oh, I'm 1 move away from checkmate. Let's go. This is an evening of flexes from now to win that easily. Effie wants. Oh, this is probably a Jewish guy. Effie, that's Ephraim. Effie got destroyed. Wanted a rematch. So 90,000 to 30,000. No, I don't think 30,000 is implausible for that's how many Hamas have been killed. I do think we're very plausibly at around 100,000 civilians killed and perhaps 15,000 Hamas. Those are much more reasonable numbers, though the civilian death toll could be higher. Because what we do have is a minimum number of confirmed deaths. Okay, so we know a minimum number of confirmed deaths, which is right now 64,000. We could see by the demographic breakdown of these deaths that. Should I do the same thing I did to him last time? To the double pawn. I guess it worked last time, but Sorry, this multitasking is not easy. Okay, so we have 64,000 confirmed deaths, and then we have. Let me just take a pawn. Okay, and then we have. We could tell by the demographics that there's not many combatants there. Plausibly, 10% of those 64,000 are combatants. Oh, I just blundered hard. So we know that on the list of available data, we don't have all too many combatants. But it's likely combatants aren't being added to the list at the same rate as non-combatants. So we don't know how many combatants have been killed, but we do know that the 64,000 is 90%, easily 90% civilians. What we don't know is at what rate are people not being reported, right? To be reported dead, you either need to show up at a hospital or a doctor needs to, or a family member needs to report that you've been killed. Now, because they allow for family reporting, that will reduce the number of unaccounted for, because obviously not everybody's brought to the hospital. Hospitals are overwhelmed, over capacity. Oh, what did I do? If you are in a situation where a family member dies, why bring them to the hospital? You might just bury them in your backyard. So we do know that the allowing for family reporting is a helpful tool, for sure. But we can know for certain that some level of people are not being brought to hospitals and not being reported. So that's the missing factor. We don't know to what extent people aren't being reported. Now, I don't think it's hundreds of percent above what's being reported, because I think if that was the case, we would hear about it from Gazan officials, from the Gaza Media Office, from the Ministry of Health. They have a reason to tell us if there's mass underreporting, but they're not. They're not telling us that. So I think we can trust that there's not mass underreporting. Oh, that was a blunder on his part. Yeah, so that's my unfocused explanation. I hope that that landed. Did you read the newest Lancet study? I'm not sure. Can you send it over? Oh yeah, I mean, I saw the 68,000 claim. If the methodology there is not, it is just not sound. What they do is they're referencing the initial Lancet, which focuses primarily on indirect deaths, but their estimation for indirect deaths is highly implausible for Gaza. They're using other conflicts that are quite different. So what they did was they took Lancet's estimate of indirect deaths and they extrapolate on that. That's not a good methodology. The 600,000 is not we shouldn't see that as like a legitimate number. I think the 100,000 range is much more within range, maybe as high as 150,000, but not hundreds of thousands. Ooh, I don't think that was the right move. All right, let me lock in, because Effie does blunder quite a lot, so I think I could beat him, even though I'm down. Let's. Damn, he's gonna castle now. Okay, we'll see. Yep, he castled. Now I guess we want to do. I don't know. Okay, that's what I thought he was going to do. Oh, this is an interesting move. This actually, some moves they register as, no, never mind. That would have been a blunder. Yeah, so I know I've been saying I'm going to put out a new death toll report, but I decided that I just want to wait until we get the updated Ministry of Health list so it can be as updated as possible. So I'm waiting. I will release it soon. And if it's not released by early next week, then I'm just going to put it out as is. But I do want to be able to look at the most recent data. Wait, how do you go +3? What did you just eat of mine? Dun, dun. Oh, damn. I didn't realize I just gave up a pawn. Sonny, you're saying there's many factors going into that study? Okay, I'm happy to look at it more. Take a deeper look. Damn, this game is rough right now. Do I just exchange queens? That probably wouldn't be that good. Short my options, I go there. Oh, wait. Okay, cool. I think that's decent. So, Sonny, you need to think, let's say there were 600,000 people killed. We should have some evidence of that from Gazan health officials. They have every incentive to let us know, and that's a lot of dead bodies. Even the Gaza Media Office, which has made uncorroborated claims, even they are saying there's 10,000 missing, not hundreds of thousands. So you could know by default that it's highly implausible. But I'm happy to look at it and happy to bring them on. This is an interesting game. This is all over the place. It's the thing about chess, there's like nearly infinite different options. Adar, do you know how much IQ do you have? I got tested in high school. It was like 124 or something, I think I got. Which I think is pretty good. But IQ, it doesn't IQ is a pretty good determiner of certain things in life, but there's lots of different types of intelligence. We shouldn't give too much weight to that. What's most important, I think what's often undervalued is emotional intelligence. And oh, my guy's blundering here. And general intelligence or IQ is important, but being a good person is more important. Oh no. Let's see. If I was super locked in, I would have checkmated him by now, but talking while doing this. Maybe that. I've like this structure here. This is such a weird structure. If an expert saw this, they'd probably laugh that I even have this here. ITS, you're saying you got 123. Cool. Does IQ change? Yeah, it deteriorates over time. It gets worse. From the age of like 25, it starts to get worse. And by the age of 70, it's like 10 points worse. I think that's what the data tells us. Okay, now he's... What am I doing? I have no idea what to do in this game. Okay, I like that move. But your IQ reduces, but your what do they call it? Crystal intelligence increases, which is like knowledge and stuff like that. And thankfully, emotional intelligence you can work on, right? So your emotional intelligence you can improve with time. So that's kind of cool. We're going to be putting a lot of pressure on the queen. Like that's something they should teach in school, the whole concept of EQ and how to improve it, because that's one of the most important things we could hone in on as a society. And just how to think better. You see how dumb people's arguments are online, even like all the conspiracies around Kirk. All right, if he does that, so he's close to checkmate, but not going to let him. So just teaching people how to think better and how to be kinder, I think goes a long way. Oh, he just checkmated me. How did he do that? Oh, how did I miss that? Okay. All right, well, we need a tiebreaker, right? If Effie only knew that I was multitasking. Like Effie, I don't want to like perpetuate stereotypes, but we're probably talking to a hardcore Zionist right now. We could ask him, honestly. Should we talk to him? Tariq says, your brother from Sudan is sending you positive vibes. For what you do is so impressive. It's only people like you that give me hope in this depressing time. One love. Thank you, Tariq. I appreciate that. Just doing my small part. What did he do? Okay. Should we speak to Effie? David's saying talk to him. Hold on, that's a little too. We'll go, hey, smiley face. Okay, is Effie short for a friend? There we go. I don't know if that was a good move. See, now if he's not answering me now, I feel like I got rejected. What's my best elo? So I think I maxed out at 11:15 or 11:20. But I was saying that if I'm not locked in at these levels that I'm playing at now, then it's hard for me to maintain this score. Like I need to be locked in to consistently win. But I'm more of like just an intuitive player. I don't try to calculate many moves ahead. I don't learn openings and end games. Like I don't practice chess. I just play chess. I just like what kind of feels right or looks good in a given moment. So I likely will not ever be much higher than where I am now. If anything, my score will probably get lower as I age. So this is probably max unless I take it more seriously, but it's not the best use of my time. There's something interesting here with this pawn, with the horsey. Okay. This is an unconventional move, but let's try. Yeah, if anybody wants to play, you could add me. It's my full name. So, Sonny, you're saying you always hear people say the opposite, that they underreport deaths because their numbers will be scrutinized. Well, yeah, they're very careful with not over-reporting. They also go through the lists to make them more accurate, for sure. But it's not even about saying make up a number. If you have hundreds of thousands of people that are unaccounted for, you could put out a statement that this is the case. For example, the media office makes a claim that there's 10,000 people unaccounted for. What incentive do they have to say it's 10,000 if it's really hundreds of thousands? So it's just, there's no reason for them to. We're not even talking about the media, the Ministry of Health. This is the media office, that they do make uncorroborated claims and get called out. But they're not saying hundreds of thousands. If I do that, he did. Okay, whatever. Trying to attack my queen. Not gonna let you do that. But where do I want to put her? That seems like a good place to put her. And also you have Michael Spagat's study. Like, Michael did a survey where he spoke to 1,300 households. He didn't use any Ministry of Health data. He just surveyed 1,300 households. And he said that Ministry of Health is underreporting by 30%. That's a study that if there were hundreds of thousands, the survey should pick up on it. There could have been some downward bias because of the areas that they polled maybe weren't the most affected, but we're not talking about a downward bias of hundreds of percent. So I haven't yet to see any reasonable study that's putting it anywhere near that range. And I think this is also just not testament, but it's a good example of the narratives, right? One side is trying to minimize it and make up stories about lowest civilian to combatant ratio in history, and the other side is making claims that are highly exaggerated. And then eventually we're going to get the real number, and I hope I'm wrong and it's lower than what I'm estimating, right? Because less people dead is better, but I'm pretty confident in my estimates. And if my estimates are correct, then we're going to need to have a real conversation, because if I'm able to analyze it correctly, but our institutions or media wasn't able to, that's just a massive failure on part of our institutions. There's no reason why I should even. The fact that I need to do analyses in the first place is a problem. This should not even be something that I'm required to. I'm not required, but that I feel compelled to do. It's something that should be out there as publicly accepted. So you're asking when my video about the death toll? Yeah. So I'm waiting for the new data to come out, because there's they've been releasing it monthly, so it seems like we're pretty close to getting the updated list. So I would rather do the review when that comes out. So that's what I'm waiting for right now. Effie didn't answer me. Damn, I feel neglected. So Evan Loginov says only around 800 bodies were recovered during the 2 months period of complete ceasefire from January to March. There were tens of thousands more would be recovered. Yeah, I agree with that. Now, it's hard to know how long recovery takes, but I could see the number being 10,000 because recovering is actually moving rubble. There's a lot of places where you don't have road access. So I could see it being 10K, but tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, it seems highly implausible. But we could also know that it would be impossible to count everybody in real time, right? So we could know that there's an undercount. The big mystery is just by how much. Sonny, so you're saying that number comes from normal scientific methods where you count the deaths for medical. Yeah, you're talking about indirect deaths, but Mike Spagat's study did cover indirect deaths and also didn't found, I think, 8,000 indirect deaths, which is around a little less than one indirect deaths for each natural death. Gaza's population has around 9,000 natural deaths a year. So that would be around 1 to 1. Or a little bit less because we're going on 2 years now. Oh, damn, this is not great. Actually, this is a perfectly acceptable arrangement, right? I think. Okay, it's putting a lot of pressure on me. This, I do not like. I should go there. Not looking good, guys. We're gonna run away with my horsey, and I'm just gonna put his queen there. Fine, that's fine. I don't care. Now we're gonna threaten his bishop. Oh, this is actually gonna might cause some problems for him. Yeah, so look, now I get to take his horse. Now his horse isn't protecting his pawn. That's fine because now I'm gonna check, and I think I might have a checkmate. Yeah, I have a checkmate. He goes there, and then I go there. Let's go! Nah, he wants a rematch. We're done. Sorry, man. Especially because he didn't answer my message. Okay. Even the GMO, which frequently lies about casualties, only claims 14,000 dead. 30 to 40% undercount. That Spagat claim seems unlikely. 30 to 40%. So the analysis I'm putting out, I use Spagat's estimate as my higher baseline. So I do use his study for my higher range, and then I put a lower range of 10% undercount. So anywhere from 10% undercount to 50% undercount is what I define. Because my analysis is just based on establishing plausible ranges. And if you establish a plausible range for violent deaths, indirect deaths, and combatant deaths, it allows you to establish plausible ranges for percentage of civilians killed and total civilian death toll. But there is somewhat of a range. Yeah, there's no way to do it without a range. Sonny, you're saying I think it'd be very interesting to have a scientist on your show, one who is a scholar but involved in this study. Yeah. So, are you talking about specifically the new Lancet study? Can you send it to me? I could find it regardless. But what's happening on Discord? Are we any questions here? Or is this just internal chatter? Yeah, no, I see you're asking the 680,000 claim. Yeah. Well, let me tell you the most ridiculous part of that claim. So I don't know if this is the same Lancet claim, Sonny, that you're referencing, but the claim that says 680,000 dead says, based on all of the data collected, the death toll in Gaza is at least 680,000, and 380,000 are infants under 5 years of age. There's not that many 5 and under in all of Gaza. So at least the second claim, we could know 100% is untrue. The first claim, we could say 99% is untrue. But there's not 380 in that age bracket. So if that's the study you're referencing, they're making a claim that we can know for certain isn't true. Just by that alone. Evan is asking, do you think it's possible combatants aren't being added to the list at a disproportionate rate compared to civilians? Yeah, not only do I think it's possible, I think it's plausible. I think combatants are less likely to make it to hospitals because they're killed in tunnels, so they're more likely to be buried. It's also possible Hamas is requesting that they don't get added as to not provide intel to Israel into who they killed. So yes, and also when we look at the demographics of the data we have, there's not 10% or so of the list is combatants when you look at the age demographics, the age and gender demographics. There's not many combatants on the list. A plausible number for the list is around 10%, so that's 6,400 combatants. So it's fair to assume that there's a significant number that are not included. And I think even when you look for the big names, right, if you look for Sinwar and Dave, they're not on the list, right? We could even do it now. I would just need to know how to spell their name in Arabic. Spell me Sinwar name as it was spelled in Arabic. We'll check Muhammad Sinwar as well. The two brothers. All right, so you have Yaha Sinwar. Am I doing a screen share? Yes. Let me do a screen share again in Discord. Yeah, no, that's what I was talking about as well. I was addressing that claim. So if we go here, search for Yaha Sinwar. It takes time to search because there's 50-something thousand lines of data. But there we go, nothing. Right, so Sinwar's not on the list. And he's somebody that we know has been killed, right? But I guess he didn't make it to the hospital. I think Israel probably has his body. And I don't know if his family reported him dead because what's the point, right? So, oh, look. We found, oh, what? Female. A 1-year-old female who has the name Mohammed Sinwar in her name. Let's see. Sham Abd al-Rahmad Muhammad al-Sinwar. So maybe that's daughter of Muhammad al-Sinwar, which very well may be a different one. Okay, so there's a 1-year-old girl that has Muhammad al-Sinwar in her name. So it says Sham is a given name, often meaning Damascus or the Levant, but also used as a personal name. Okay. Abd al-Rahman means servant of the most merciful, one of the names of God. Muhammad, a common name meaning praiseworthy, and al-Sinwar is the family name. Isn't it? Is this a male or female name? Sham is usually a female name, so most likely a woman's name. While the rest of the name, Abd Muhammad al-Sinwar, follows traditional Arabic structure of linking the person to their father and family name. Okay, yeah, so as we thought. Yeah, so we see that they're not on it. Evan says, I would say those missing from the list are disproportionately younger adult males, both as combatants and because they are more likely to venture off alone to places they wouldn't reach hospitals. Yeah, and I mean, younger adult males, whether they're combatants or not, are also the most likely to be targeted. So I do agree with that. That those unaccounted for are, there's a higher proportion of unaccounted for that are combatants and military-age civilians. Military-age civilians are dying at the highest rate out of anybody. Well, I would say proportionate to the total population, it would be combatants, but out of like the civilian population, military-age civilians, males, are dying at a much higher rate, which is how a lot of people skew the percentages. They just look at the excess male deaths of military age, and then they conclude that, oh, these are all combatants. But you know that's just not the way to do the conclusion. I'll share. The usual viewers, I'm sure, have seen this now, but this is a chart I put together. Imagine there's always some new people tuning in. This will be part of the analysis. I just want to do it with the updated data. Right, so you could see. So on the right is females, on the left is males. Everything above the red line is excess male deaths. Now, this here in the darker blue, this whole section is combatant ages. And I put combatant ages between 15 to 45. I think I'm actually being charitable going so low. We're not seeing evidence of combatants of this age. I'm sure there's some, but you generally only use child combatants when you're out of able-bodied adult men. And that's just not the case. And also we have video and photo evidence, and we're just not seeing any significant usage of it. But I'm being charitable here. And you very well may have some over 45, but these are anybody outside of 45 and 15 who's a combatant is very much an outlier and is not going to meaningfully impact the data. But if you look outside of the combatant ages, right? Let me zoom in on this. You have excess male deaths of all the ages. Well, until you get to 80, because men die at a younger age, so you just have much less men of those ages. But look, 75-year-old men are dying at a higher age. Well, you see? Look, like 60-year-old men are dying at 60-year-old men are dying at a 2x rate as 60-year-old women. These are not combatants. They're being targeted at a higher rate, and they have different behaviors. They're just more likely to be leaving their home to doing dangerous things. And we even see it very young. Look, 10-year-olds, 9-year-olds. Now, what's interesting at the 0 and 1-year-olds, this is actually harder to make sense of, because a 0-year-old boy does not have different behavior than a 0-year-old girl, at least not different behavior that would get them killed. So I tried to understand how to make sense of this. And then I discovered that there's 5% more baby boys than girls. I didn't realize that. In the whole world, there's just 55%. Wait, no, that would be 52.5% of all babies are boys. So you're going to see some increase here. It doesn't explain all the increase. It's possible some of this increase is natural deaths that made it in here, because boys also have a higher infant mortality rate. So a lot of people claim that all the natural deaths have been added, but we can know that's not true, because then you'd see very big spikes here and here. You'd see big spikes in elderly and babies, but we don't. You see a little disproportionate spike at these ages, and perhaps some of these babies are natural deaths. So that's why I include a margin of error of 5%. We know that most natural deaths are not added just because we don't see unusual spikes, but there's maybe some little signs of it. But there's another explanation. I'm just trying to be as honest as possible with assessing this. Anyways, guess we'll wrap it up. Still haven't had dinner. Time to eat a little something. Cool. Signing off. When will the next stream be? I don't know. We have holidays next week. Going to a festival for one day. I'll try to do a stream. Maybe we'll do a New Year stream. Evan says male civilians are more likely to be killed in war. October 7th, I saw Hamas killed relatively few children on October 7th. That's true, even though they killed plenty of women and elderly people. Yeah, so we definitely see that they spared children. Very low rate of children being killed, especially young children. So teenagers, you could see how they would view teenagers as adults, but like kids, not so much. Females, yeah, females. I think that they see them also as just they serve in the IDF. You know, they're legitimate targets. They serve in the IDF. Elderly is a harder one to make sense of, but I'm not sure the numbers of elderly. I'm not sure. I actually didn't look at the elderly data. My sense is that they're probably underrepresented for their population size. But around 75% of those killed on October 7th were males. I believe the numbers in that range. Now, they attacked military bases. Soldiers that showed up to confront them were males, right? So that will skew the data. Nova was probably around 50-50. Yeah, elderly would be interesting to look at, but children are very heavily underrepresented, which is also in line with Islamic teachings. Like they view young children as forbidden. You're not meant to harm them. They're holy. They consider them Muslim. And you have a lot of data on Islamic terrorism, and young children are very rarely targeted. And that's not inconsistent with other groups that are non-Islamic. You know, young children are generally avoided. And we also do have one video where you see a father being shot next to his child, and then they just leave the child there, which is horrific, but that is evidence that they were avoiding them. But what's interesting, though, is how much the narrative around October 7th is babies being murdered and beheaded, and there's really a focus on the babies, which there was one baby killed. Well, two if you considered the unborn baby, which I think is legitimate. That was a 9-month-old unborn baby. But that was not a baby that was cut out of the stomach, right? That's also a false narrative we still hear. Trump today gave a speech where he said a 4-month-old was chopped into pieces. That's also not true. It's interesting how there's just people are just either completely misinformed or just straight up lying. And this isn't to minimize how horrific and traumatic the attack was for Israeli society. Some people lost their entire families. The entire country is deeply traumatized from it. But I think it's also important to just be able to honestly talk about what happened, what did happen, and what didn't happen. And it is a very heavily propagandized event that most Israelis still don't have an accurate understanding of. I still hear people talk about the baby in the oven claim, which we know didn't happen. I think most Israelis think many babies were killed. Our government leveraged our pain for PR purposes in order to manufacture consent for what they're doing in Gaza. Instead of doing everything in their power to help us heal, give us the correct information, October 7th was a knife to the stomach, and instead of removing the knife, they twisted the knife just so the world could see how brutal Hamas was, just so they could justify what they would do in response. New Year stream. Yeah, David, I was talking about the Jewish New Year, Rosh Hashanah. It's next Tuesday. So, Jewish New Year stream. Oh, Simfo, I see you want to come on. Okay, we'll do 5 more minutes. I was right about to wrap it up, but Simfo. Okay,
Hey, man.
What's up, man?
I just wanted to push back a little bit on the beheaded babies thing. I don't ever hear that from pro-Israelis. This is always something that comes up from the pro-Palestinian side, as like this is gestured at as some sort of propaganda that was contrived by the Israeli government. I never hear about this from Israelis. The 40 beheaded babies thing.
I agree with you that first of all, 40 beheaded babies for sure not. That's been entirely it was acknowledged that was wrong.
Yeah, but my point is that you hear it from pro-Palestinians all the time.
Correct.
All the time. They bring it up constantly.
Correct. It's used as an example to try to delegitimize any narrative from October 7th. They use that as an example, right? They're like, oh, you see, just another 40 beheaded babies claim, because that was the most extreme one.
But it wasn't even a claim. Like, this wasn't something that came from the Israeli government.
Correct. It came from a media report, but it came from a media report that many of the pro-Israel camp ran with, and then didn't issue public corrections, which I think they should do. But
my understanding is that there was a release from the government like a day after that claim started circulating that they have no evidence towards this. And you have to remember when this happened. Like, nobody knew shit. Nobody had any idea what was going on.
Yeah, well, not quite simple, because Jonathan Conricus, IDF spokesperson, in 2 interviews said at this point we could confirm that babies have been beheaded. So he actually corroborated it, which wasn't true.
He was talking. I think that was 1, right?
There was a Sky News interview. I'm almost certain it was 2, but there's the Sky News one.
No. I mean,
babies. No. There were no
specific baby that was killed.
Yeah, well, there was one baby.
He kind of conflated that with the beheadings.
Yeah, but
that merged with the 40 beheaded baby story.
Yeah.
Right.
So there was one baby killed.
It was a few days. It was a few days after October 7th. Nobody knew what was going on. Half of what people were going on was rumors. But when the government had a statement to release on the subject, the statement was, "We have no evidence," and that was within like a day of the rumors circulating. Like the narrative that this is something concocted by Bibi to manufacture consent. Like, this is conspiratorial narrativism. Like, you can very clearly see that this is a rumor that spawned from chaos, And then when they didn't have the information to corroborate it, they said, we cannot corroborate this.
Well, but yes, to an extent, but Jonathan Conricus did go on air claiming it. But I think the focus on the beheaded babies is the most extreme claim that we often hear from the pro-Palestine camp. But there's still all these false narratives: the baby in the oven, the baby cut out of a mother's stomach.
Yeah, but there are narratives like that about the 48 war that have been debunked.
Yeah, like, okay, well, that's fine. But
these are not things that are going to go away. But what I'm saying is that this is not. When you have an event like this, you're going to have chaos. When you have chaos, you're going to have conflicting reports. And
but don't you think the government should do everything in their power to give us an honest and accurate understanding now that they know what happened? Now that did the government make a claim that they threw a baby in an oven or something like that? Well,
I haven't heard such a thing.
Netanyahu, when he made claims when he addressed Congress about tying family members up and then lighting them on fire. He made claims like that, which that's not supported with what we know happened.
I think was that from like a building that burned down?
Well, no. I mean, the one claim of a family of people being fused together seems to be a Hellfire missile that hit a car, because the wire that was tying them looks like something from like a car seat, and Hamas didn't use any weaponry that fuses people together. They just, that's Hellfire missile. But obviously, that's a conversation that we're not going to have yet or ever. But
yeah,
even if no, I mean, some number were killed. You know, we don't know the number, but some dozens were killed from Hellfire missiles, and that was just blamed on Hamas burning them. So there's this depiction that people were tied up.
But we did have investigations. We did have investigations that gave the damage assessment. It was like, I think 17 friendly fires, right? Like that did happen.
No, but friendly fires being like soldiers being killed.
No, I don't think that's.
No, I think
Israelis being killed.
The only thing Israel admitted to is, I think, the tank being shot at the house that killed 13 in Be'eri. But Israel did somewhat of an investigation and said that they blew up 70 cars that were driving back. And here's how we should know that a lot of bodies were burnt. You remember that they initially said 1,400 bodies were burnt? Sorry, they said 1,400 Israelis were killed, and then they said it was 1,200. So their given explanation for that change in number was there were 200 bodies that we thought were Israeli, but they were just burnt and we couldn't recognize them. We found out they were Hamas. So in the aftermath, Israel saw all these bodies burnt, and they actually thought that these were our own that we burnt, and then they identified them as Hamas. So that was an acknowledgement that there was a lot of burning, but that was spun into they were lighting people on fire. Now, a lot of the claims we hear, and in fact, not even a lot, most of the false claims we hear is not Israel saying them. My critique is Israel not giving the public the honest information of what happened, right? So it's almost like a lie by omission. They're just letting us believe something that is false.
Well, what do you mean when you're saying that? Do you mean like there not being an investigation, like a government investigation?
One is a government investigation, but the fact that because
there was an IDF investigation, right? What you're missing is the government.
No. Just the fact that you have the majority of the Israeli population today has false beliefs about October 7th, and it's not the media is not clearing it up, or politicians aren't clearing it up. Like, why can't we just have an honest conversation and help our public understand exactly what happened and what didn't happen? I think it would be very, very good for us. Let me give you.
What is your bar for an honest conversation on this? Is it the government doing an internal investigation?
Or
that's what most people mean when they say.
Well, no. I think it could be government or media. So let me give you an example. One of the October 7th heroes is Rami Davidian. And I'm not saying he's not a hero. He did save people. We know he saved people, but he's also a pathological liar. He's making all these weird claims. Like he said he saw 4 Hamasnikim carrying a woman away, and he took a metal pole and beat them all up and saved her. Like that's one of his stories. And then there was another woman who they were taking her, and he said, give her back, Abu Rami, give her back. And they gave her back. Like he has all these stories that we could just know are not true. And he's claiming to have saved 150 people, like just these crazy far-fetched stories. And so then there's this claim that 20 women were tied to trees naked and they were all raped. The only evidence for that claim is him. That's his testimony. There's no first responder found bodies tied up to trees like that. But that's also, a lot of people still believe that claim based on Rami's testimony. Channel 13 had plans to put out a report actually questioning Rami's testimony because they understood that a lot of what he's saying is bullshit. They wanted to do what responsible media does and says, look, yeah, he might be a hero, but the stuff he's saying isn't true. And they ended up not airing the story because of public backlash. And I understand, I get it, but like there's a lot of pressure to not even have these honest conversations. So even the media that tried to do something ended up pulling
Pressure
the story.
from
whom? Pressure from the public and perhaps government, perhaps executives in the media. I'm not sure, but they said,
because you'll agree that there's pressure on the government to do an investigation.
Oh, the government eventually we're going to get a lot of answers. Look, Israel does investigate what happens. They're not.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
What I'm trying to contrast here is pressure against the media not to do investigations and pressure against the government to do an investigation. Like I'm trying to reconcile these.
Wait, again, what? Sorry, I missed that. You're trying to reconcile.
I'm trying to reconcile there being pressure against media not to investigate October 7th, and at the same time there being pressure on the government to investigate October 7th.
So when the pressure on the government to investigate October 7th is not out of an interest to understand if a baby was put in an oven or not. It's to understand the security and intelligence failure. It's how this happened and who's responsible. So I think,
yes, but also at the same time, public pressure is rarely that articulate.
Right, but that's what people want.
It's usually more phrased as "we want to know what happened."
Yeah,
that's the message.
Sure, but that's what they mean. And maybe not everybody, but that's the expectation. We want people to take responsibility, and many did. Only Netanyahu, he's the only one who keeps shifting blame. But I don't think these are, I think this is very different. Like wanting the government to investigate it and tell us why we failed and who's responsible is different from saying we discovered that one of the October 7th heroes is actually a pathological liar and we're going to expose him. It's different.
He doesn't need to be a pathological liar, right? He could also have just seen something in the heat of a war zone that he exaggerated later, like happens very often.
So pathological liar is a psychological condition. So I acknowledge that I'm using the word liberally. He might not actually be what is known clinically as, maybe it's compulsive liar. There's like a clinical condition where you're a compulsive liar.
I'm saying you don't even have to pathologize this.
Like,
there's a lot of like I said, I give the example. There's there was an interest, I think in maybe Dir Yassin, I think. There was a similar case where there was where this time it was the IDF that threw somebody in an oven. I think, like,
correct.
In front of his child, something like that. Yeah, and that's based on basically nothing, but it's just a story that propagated. These things happen in a war. It's just conflict zones are messy, and people see things and they don't know what they see, and they make assumptions. Like he could just be wrong with you. Don't. It doesn't have to be.
No,
like,
I mean.
He could have seen one person and then exaggerated it into 10 in his head. It doesn't have to be pathologizing.
I think that let's say that 5% of the general public if they're given an opportunity to fabricate stories for their own notoriety, then that they would.
Mhm.
So it's plausible that you're going to get some people who are going to intentionally do this. And I think it's motivated from two ways. One is that if I'm going to be a hero, I might as well just like build on it and say all these things that happened. And the other is I want the world to know who we're fighting and how horrible they are. So if I need to, fabricate something to support my country, I'm willing to do that. So I think that there's pressures from different areas to exaggerate or fabricate, but
Yeah, I agree that it's in the
Yeah.
realm of possibility, but I don't know if there's any reason to assume it's something pathological.
Are we talking about pathological, like Rami in the day-to-day when he's living his life is lying to people all the time?
Like
Is that what you mean?
he is knowingly and maliciously fabricating.
Oh, I mean, I think if you're saying you got out of your car and beat four Hamas Nakim with a stick, with a pole, I don't know. And if you say you see 20 women tied to a tree naked and no first responders corroborated that, these are not small exaggerations. These are very serious. And it's okay if you have dozens of heroes for one to be like that. I think that's not hard
No,
to see.
I'm not saying he's right. He could be wrong, but he could be wrong without being intentionally wrong.
Yeah,
Like,
and
he could
if we want to say he's having a psychosis as a result of trauma, it's possible, right? It's possible, but the public, regardless, the public does deserve to have the right information. And yeah, there will be an investigation, but I highly doubt the investigation is going to tell us things about friendly fire and give us details into a lot of the misconceptions Israelis currently have.
Probably not. But the real work that goes into these kinds of things, that's like that's historians getting into this into the weeds and collecting testimonies and reports, and like that's not something that's going to happen now. That's something that's going to happen in like 20 years. You'll have a better map of what exactly happened on that specific, like in that specific window, and what didn't happen.
Yeah, and
I don't know if it's necessarily. I don't know if I necessarily even want the government to get into that right now. I'm like, if Benny Morris does this in 10 years, I think that would be better than the government doing this now. I want the government to do exactly what you said, is to investigate
the failures.
investigate the procedure.
I hear that. I would be very happy for the media to do it then, but I do think that a lot of the stories that are most ingrained in our minds, and no matter what, it's deeply traumatizing, but I do think our trauma was made worse by the propagation of these false stories. So I think it's part of helping to heal the trauma is just having a better understanding. If you think that they were like taking babies and like burning them in front of their mothers, or even Anthony Blinken gave to Congress a crazy testimony of like a hand being cut off, a boy's hand being cut off in front of the mother, and a breast being cut off, and just crazy stuff. And this is stuff that imprints in our mind. It's when you hear a story like that, it's not the same as people getting massacred. You feel the pain. You put yourself in their shoes. It makes the scar deeper.
I think that if 0% of the incorrect stories were circulated, the Israelis' emotional response and geopolitical response would have been exactly the same. I don't think this matters. I don't think that we're in Gaza because Biden said 40 beheaded babies. 40. This could have never circulated in the first place, and nothing would have changed.
I agree with you on the geopolitical response. I don't think it would have changed your response.
The emotional response as well. The emotional response as well. Like it doesn't. We didn't. None of this happened because Israelis thought of like Hamas killed 40 babies. Like if none of them would have, if 0 babies had been killed, if zero children under the age of 12 had been killed, the response would have been exactly the same. We were still attacked. They still attacked civilians. Like none of the pressures that prompted the response and the reaction would have changed.
Oh no,
really
I
think
wait,
this is a red
wait.
herring.
I agree with that, but I think in terms of how deep our trauma is and our ability to heal from it has been impacted by false stories that are ingrained in our mind.
I don't think so, and that's why, and I think that's why I hear about this a lot more from people talking about it conspiratorially from a pro-Palestinian side than I hear about it from Israelis that are like reinforcing the propaganda or the trauma or what.
It's not.
I just don't hear it from Israelis. I hear it always from people who are claiming a conspiracy.
No, I mean just last week or 2 weeks ago, it just happened to be in a 1 week span. 3 Israelis told me about the baby in the oven. That's such a horrific thing, putting a baby in an oven. This is really sitting on people. It's hard for them to get over it because it's horrific. So it's still widely believed. So I agree. The response in Gaza, in fact, I think even if only soldiers were killed, let's say a few hundred soldiers were killed and 50 were taken hostage, even then I think the response would be similar, because we often don't even differentiate between soldiers and civilians being killed. So I agree on like an actual geopolitical response, yes, but in terms of A, our trauma, and B, how other people perceive it. So part of why these narratives are propagated is because we are fighting a PR war. So anybody who's fighting for the pro-Israel side,
anyone that's reaching for ammo will reach for that as
for
well.
those, exactly,
So
exactly,
if it's convenient. Yeah, but
exactly.
My point is this. So like I said, there was a similar incident in like a rumor of similar incident in Deir Yassin. If I told you right now that Palestinians are were traumatized by Deir Yassin because of that event, and if that event wasn't circulated, then their emotional response to Deir Yassin would have been different. Then that would have been ridiculous, right? Like there were plenty of actual things that did happen in the Deir Yassin massacre that were traumatizing. You don't need to point to a rumor of something that didn't happen to explain the emotion. I'm saying the same thing here.
Yeah, again, so I think the emotional response would have been horrific anyways, but the second that when you're recalling stories, if you it's not for no reason the stories that we keep hearing are generally the ones that didn't happen, because they're the most sensationalized, the most traumatic. So no matter what, it would be traumatizing. But
I would argue that is the case in every war. Every war has this problem.
Sure,
of
I mean that. I mean,
when
perhaps
there's no information, the stories that get circulated the most are the most sensational.
Yeah. This very well may not be entirely unique. I still think it should be on our media and government to try to give us a better picture of things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I think in terms of how the 40 beheaded babies claim is used as reverse ammo now, I agree with you completely. And I do agree with you that our response in Gaza wouldn't have changed. I just think that it's false claims are used as propaganda. They're used to manufacture consent in a way. It's here's things that didn't happen so we can continue what we're doing in Gaza. I take issue with that, especially because I also do believe it deepens the trauma.
Yeah, I just want to put for instance, Ahmed said, even Biden repeated the beheaded baby claim. It was definitely used to manufacture consent. This is a non sequitur. This does not follow. The fact that Biden repeated it does not mean that it was used to manufacture consent.
People are still repeating it. Like I have people at my perfectly liberal global pharma company repeating it to this day. And I need to physically prove it, find links that it didn't happen.
Yeah, a lot of people have a lot of misinformation.
It's purpose, and what you said about the response initially would have probably been the same, but it could not ever lasted this long if these claims were not repeated and fueled, and the trauma would be
I disagree.
It could have been. It would have been the same response for the first, 3 months. Nobody is repeating, a soldier being taken from a tank story, because that's kind of legitimate at war. They are repeating these lies on purpose. And Israelis are doing that all the time. My own friend, perfectly liberal, very well educated.
Okay. I don't know why you think that let's say the endurance from the Israeli side would have been different if these sensationalist stories never circulated in the first place.
Because in order to continue this kind of horror that we are doing, you need to keep the trauma alive. Otherwise, it could have never continued. Like, people cannot do these kind of things for so long unless they have this, I don't know, horror stories in their mind that can repeat in any second, and all of that stuff that we keep.
Sure, but this is like an if and only if that you are postulating. You don't really have any way to actually know that it is not possible for Israel to have kept fighting without this specific condition.
Well, I think I'm probably somewhere in between what you're both saying. So I think that the general public, currently the majority, no longer support the continuation of Israel's operation. The support may have the majority of the public very well may have been against it sooner had these stories not propagated. It wouldn't have changed Israeli leadership continuing in Gaza, right? So
this time, leadership, nothing changed.
Yeah, well, exactly. So it would change public support within Israel, and it would change public support globally, both which have eroded over time. But those stories did help, at least initially, give immense public support for what Israel was doing. And had those stories not been, that public support would have shifted quicker. I think that's fair to say.
Okay. I don't think that's true.
You don't even think
no, I don't. I think the vulnerability, the fear, the existential fear that October 7 caused, it doesn't depend on these stories so much. Like, there are so many true things that happened that affect the Israeli psyche that you can, I think that you can very easily just remove all of the unclear, uncertain, and false narratives, and you'd be left with something that is not distinguishable in the emotional impact on the Israeli voter. I don't think it matters.
And again, there is a reason they're repeating they murdered babies, they hang babies on ropes, whatever.
Yeah, because when somebody's sloganeering, he's going to say the most emotionally impactful thing. They're not solving for accuracy, but the argument is that the emotional response would have been the same, not that the sloganeering would have been the same.
I think it would have been the same initially. It would have never been able to allow it. Like, it would have never been going on for so long. Also, people even going to reserve service. Like, in the past, there were also wars in Gaza, and, people were not willing to just mass murder and starve people. Even people serving in the military, they didn't do that. And now they are doing it. And and they continue doing it. Even those that theoretically object this war, they still go to reserve service. Why? How?
Why? Is it because of the 40 bedded babies?
It's because of this.
If you interviewed reservists
of existential threat, Hamas was never an existential threat, no matter what it is. Never. This is a lie.
No, wait. If you interview these reservists as they go back to their 5th, 6th, 7th tour in Gaza, you ask them, why are you coming back? Would they say because of the baby in the oven? Would they say because of the 20 virgins in the tree?
What virgins in
would the reasoning that they give you, would they be those sensationalist narratives?
Oh, that varies between no innocents in Gaza and everybody's going to grow up to be terrorists, and up to, I theoretically don't think that the war should continue, but my friends are there, and so I'm going. But they're still going, and they're still capable of doing these horrors. That's the point. I don't care. I don't know how people are capable to do that.
Okay.
I think
I don't think. I said to a friend of mine at work yesterday, and she has another friend that is in complete panic attack because she has like 3 sons in the military. And I said, "What the hell? Just don't go. Go to jail near. It's in the center of Israel. It's much nicer than Gaza. I really don't understand it. No panic attack. Just refuse and go to jail."
Okay.
I think we've done this topic justice and been able to present both viewpoints well. So I think the viewers got a good sense of things. I do want to pull up this video that I didn't watch yet, but supposedly this is from today, which does touch on it. At least how it's being used
You
still for
alone, the whole
propaganda.
world have.
Now this is Trump.
You alone, the whole world
Is
have
not.
the
He's not really.
power.
He's not
You
known
alone, the
for-
whole world.
Hold on. Let's see.
Have the power to persuade Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the demolition of Gaza City, to stop the starvation of Palestine, and to stop the killing of civilians. If not now, when will you exercise that
It'll all
power to
happen.
tell him to stop?
Sure.
And then for both of you,
But you do understand about October 7th. You
I'm a
do
Jew,
understand.
so believe me, I understand
One of the
about it.
worst days in the history of humanity. What happened? I have seen the tapes. Babies that are 4 months old, just chopped up to pieces. And you've seen the tapes, and I've seen the tapes. You're a professional, and so am I. And people forget about October 7th. I can't forget about it. So I want it to end, but I want the hostages back. I don't want the hostages used as human shields, which is what Hamas is threatening to do.
Yeah, I mean, aside from him just making that up, we've seen saying that there's videos of that is crazy. He's
The one baby that was killed was at like 10 months old. No 4 months old babies killed.
yeah, and she was shot when
Shot like through the room, like
through the
door.
Mila Cohen.
Okay.
Trump is becoming less and less coherent with time.
Trump has always been insufferable to listen to.
What?
He was more coherent in the previous presidency. He was just as insufferable then.
Yeah, fair, but he was able to string sentences together a little bit more. I mean, what is it with us electing people with very obvious signs of cognitive decline? It's crazy.
I don't know. I don't care about the cognitive decline. My problem is that he's so very obviously slimy. Like he's the way that he speaks is manipulative, but it's not manipulative in a way that respects the person being manipulated. Even he manipulates you like you're a toddler, and it just somehow fucking works on the electorate. It's so insane.
Yeah. Historians are gonna need to study this and understand what exactly.
It's a cult. Like there's no. I don't know if it gets any deeper than that. It's the same analysis, I think.
I mean, even my family in Israel, super right wing, right? They're voting for like Bennett and Smotrich and shit. So I think they like Trump because he's pro-Israel, but like he's such a moron. How can anybody vote for him?
Like people in Israel like Trump because of his like pro-Israel bent, but they don't actually they don't know anything about Trump policy wise. Like Israelis don't actually care. The only analysis that they'll do is do you agree with Israel?
And they have a better understanding of his flawed temperament and just psychological condition. Like they see past it in a way that many Americans, for whatever reason, can't. Like they're not.
You think so?
Well, yeah, because they I mean, at least the data I'm getting from my family that they like him because he's good for Israel, but they consider him like the way he talks. He's dumb. Like who talks like that? How could anybody vote for him? Like they acknowledge that there's something wrong with him as a person. They're like, yeah, he's good for Israel, so I'm not going to complain. But yeah, this is feedback I get from my family. Who's I think we are not less. Well, I mean, we have like a big culture around the reality TV show Big Brother, but Israeli culture is not as. So we're not raised on reality TV to the same extent. So I think Trump is just a reality TV star. He's compelling. Americans are conditioned to think that that's normal, maybe. But like,
I mean, we have Yair Lapid.
yeah, fair. But he's at least he's just comes off as your run of the mill like politician. You know, says what he needs to say. But Trump,
he can string a sentence and like speak in policy he's not gonna do much. He's not a very effective one, but he can put on the uniform of a politician in a way that Trump is genetically incapable of.
Exactly. If he wasn't born into money, he would be something along the lines of a used car salesman. That's
Or a taxi driver.
Or a taxi. Although I feel like we need to not demean those professions, because there's perfectly great and normal people in those professions, but that's the vibe. Simfo, if there were elections tomorrow, who would you vote for?
I honestly have absolutely no idea. Like, I need to see platforms. I need to see what kind of possible coalitions could form. I wish I had an answer to that question. I don't. Right. Maybe after the machine starts getting into gear and we start getting updated platforms and stuff.
Yeah, when it's relevant. Okay.
Maybe.
Well, Irina, I was going to ask you.
That's easy, Hadash, or any kind of party that Hadash is in.
Okay, so for me, it would be a strategic vote, but it would be between Hadash or Labor, because they're yes.
I'm not into having another generic figure.
Yeah, I hear you, but
I just can't. I physically am not capable of doing that.
I balance my idealism with pragmatism as well, So I'm with you, but it all for example, if Hadash is like they might not pass the minimum threshold, and they need every vote they could get, then very obviously that would vote for them. But if but if Labor needed to pass that threshold, then I would. You know what I'm saying? So it would be strategically. But Simfa, I'm guessing neither of those are probably relevant for you.
Yeah, definitely not. I would. My vote would also be some strategic vote. It would be a strategic vote that's aimed towards some sort of like right-leaning centrist.
Yeah, it would be Lapid.
DB-less coalition.
Okay, so like it would be anywhere from Bennett to Lapid Gantz, one of those three probably.
Yeah, I guess Bennett would be the extreme, assuming he's playing ball.
Yeah, okay. I mean, Bennett very well may be next. The polling seems to be.
If you give me Bennett with a strong centrist secular coalition, I might run with that. It's hard to tell when I don't really know what my other options are, but I might be willing to take that bullet.
I'm cool with Bennett if he brings in the left-wing parties like he did last time.
Bennett will bring the left-wing parties. Come on.
Why last time? Yeah, last time we had an Islamist party. We had
It's not left-wing. That's a conservative party.
No. But wasn't was Meretz in there as well?
No.
Meretz wasn't in there? Which Labor was in there? It wasn't just Abbas's party. It was.
Yeah, it was Labor. It was, I think. Who was that? Lapid and Gantz and.
Yeah. Okay. It was a very broad coalition. That's a good democratic coalition.
I disagree.
What?
I think that's the wrong strategy.
But what?
I think that.
But for an Israeli lefty, what are our options? It's
90% vote of the Arab sector, and them being the largest party in the Knesset. That's what needs to happen.
And who will sit with them?
It doesn't matter if nobody sits with them. There will still be a huge power nobody can ignore.
You know what? I could see
if they can form a coalition, and enough people can form a coalition without them.
I could see the Haredim sitting with them.
Exactly. I completely agree. Haredim would sit with them in a second. Especially the Ashkenazi ones, but also Shad.
Yeah, that would be fascinating. What would that look like? I would
love. This is my goal. For them to have a 90% vote, and they're the largest party.
I'm down for. I mean, when by down, I mean very, very much in support of shaking up the status quo. I think it's essential. Doesn't mean every shakeup is positive, but we need change. So I'm down to see what that would look like.
No, I would not be comfortable with any government that included the Haredi parties.
No.
No, we've
12 or 13% of the population. I don't really remember. Why wouldn't they be comfortable? And they're actually quite useful because you pay them and they do whatever you want.
no, they don't.
Political prostitute.
Well,
Okay.
wait, so simple. Why not? Is it because they don't serve and don't work a lot of
It's
them?
because when they have power, they leverage it to maintain their isolationism. And I'm not supportive of that.
Tell on you, who cares?
What?
Unlike the religious Zionism, whatever they're called, the settlers, the Haredim don't try to impose their lifestyle on you. They want to be left alone, and you can do whatever the hell you want. I'm fine with that.
Well, no, they also want to be funded by the government without serving in the army.
Well, I don't.
They also want to not integrate into the workforce. They don't want to be productive members of the.
Well, I actually think that if they are if they're given like a out of the army ticket and they don't need to go, they're completely free of that, a lot of them would go to work. Many of them stay in those yeshivas, whatever it is, especially because that's the only way they don't go, the only way for them not to go to the army. If this is out of the question, many of them would go to work in a second. They are normal people.
Okay, and what about like civil service? Because they resist that as well, right?
Think that I can force anybody into volunteering, someone who wants to volunteer.
You don't force anyone to volunteer.
Service.
You don't volunteer for the army. You can volunteer for a combat role. That's something you volunteer for, but you don't volunteer for the army.
I don't believe in forcing anybody to do that. I don't believe in the mandatory military service or civil service or any service.
What about mandatory taxes? What about mandatory jury duty?
No. Mandatory jury duty doesn't exist in Israel. Mandatory.
I know. I'm asking as a concept. Are you against it as a concept? Do you think it's slavery to force somebody to adjudicate?
I think that a person that doesn't want to do that will very easily get out of it.
Well, that's not really an answer, right?
Irina, what about
volunteering? An army should be professional. Like someone wants to go, they should be paid. Go ahead.
Irina, I agree with you on the national service and the military service front. I don't think forcing people to do that I don't think we need to, and I don't think it's the right move. But then
you think you can logistically justify a fully professional army?
Yeah, I think so.
Sure.
I think we can, and I think it will make us need to be more professional, more efficient. Yeah, I think
Less
so.
of a neighborhood bully.
Yeah.
So being more efficient would mean being even.
Well, no, we just
conservative.
Let me give you an example.
Even more conservative with infantry, right?
No, so we just need to rethink certain things. So, for example, the security apparatus in the West Bank should not be a military of primarily Israeli Jews that one population sees as a protector and the other see as an oppressor. It should be some kind of an Israeli-Palestinian security force that both sides see as a protector. That shouldn't be 18, 19, and 20-year-olds that just demean one population. That's just it's not the right dynamic. It's a radicalizing force. It's an oppressive force, currently how it's constructed. I understand we have 600,000 Jews living there. It's not logistically feasible or politically feasible to remove them. Or is it just honestly? But
that doesn't have much. That doesn't have much to do with the Israeli voters' sentiment on the issue.
Well, no, but I'm explaining. So that doesn't even need to be part of the military, right? So right now, so much of our military force is needing to maintain an occupation of the West Bank. That should be replaced with a different kind of security force, a professional security force of Israel.
Like a joint ever.
Yeah, of Israelis and Palestinians, exactly. It should be a shared institution, which I think is something important. And then a lot of the jobs we just give because you just have all this bureaucratic bullshit that we let people do because we need to find something for them to do. We could automate a lot of it. Just make the bureaucracy in the IDF just way more efficient. There's definitely a better structure.
That's a very recent criticism, right? Because your ability to automate it is not something that's that wasn't the case 10 years ago, right? Like that wasn't a relevant criticism.
There's,
I don't know.
I mean,
It was a long time ago, and it was the same back then. Like a lot of the people were completely useless and didn't understand what they were doing.
Are you saying this based on some statistics, or is this just vibes?
No, I think there was actually statistics about that. Like I read some stuff about this, but now I'm speaking from my personal experience. I was a physician in the army. I was there for 5 years. I think 50% of the people could have been just replaced by, I don't know, some kind of minimal outsourcing, or just, their duty should have been just deleted and nobody would have noticed.
Yeah, exactly.
I think 95% of stats are pulled out of someone's ass.
I'm speaking also vibes and very anecdotally from serving. I see how a lot of the administrative positions, they're just sitting around all day, not really doing much. It's just they're there because they need to be there. There's definitely a better structure. And I do agree with you that our ability to automate increases over time, certainly, but there's always been more efficient, ways we could go about it. And again, for me, I want the military to be actually a defense force, not an occupation force. So I want it to be for what it's needed. And as long as we have a security force that's interacting with Palestinians daily, it should be a force that they view as a protector for themselves as well. I think that's like, there's all these ideas of how can you change the status quo. A lot of ideas that are thrown out, it's hard to see how they're feasible, but this can be done, right? This isn't
but that's really the context that we're talking about.
This isn't a pie in the sky.
You're not talking about some structural change that the IDF can undergo. You're talking about a political change in the landscape that will enable a structural change in the IDF to take place.
Well, correct. So that's the question. How do you actually achieve that? Now, right. How do we achieve that? We just need to elect. So there needs to be there needs to be
like
political
what you're saying
will,
is
right?
that the Israel will not have so many military requirements post a two-state solution, and I would just agree with that. But that doesn't really tell you anything about Israel.
Well, no.
Federation or whatever.
Yeah, no. I think what was that, Irina?
It doesn't have to be two states. It can be federation, one state, confederation, whatever constellation they can find.
Yeah, but I even think as long as I don't think it needs to wait until then. I think we could. Mm-hmm. I think the security force in the West Bank could be changed, but we do need to get there.
Like unilaterally, with no change on the ground, with no other change on the ground.
Well, the PA would cooperate in this plan. It's hard. I mean, we already have security cooperation with them.
It might just fully cooperate. What I would question is its ability to effectively cooperate.
Well, they're actually pretty effective when they want to be.
I don't know. I think if there was an institution that, if the way it was framed was, we are taking the IDF out and we're going to build a new security force that is not oppressive and it's going to pay good salaries, I think you'd get a lot of recruitment. A lot of people would willingly do that.
So at some point, some West Bank Palestinian officer is going to have to send his West Bank Palestinian soldier to go into some basement and pull out some terrorist that's planning an attack that they have intel on. And
already doing that.
And those people are going to one of those people is going to die, and that's going to be in this. In the name of protecting the Israeli oppression, just under some different code, right? That's very difficult to effectively police, because you don't have the ground up will from the Palestinian local power structure to do the dirty work that's required to actually fight terrorism on that scale. That's the problem with the effectiveness, right? That's why it's difficult. It was difficult for them to function. Difficult for them to function in Jenin. They tried. They really wanted to control the to control the outbursts, but then the IDF had to roll in because they were not effective at it. The reason they're not effective at it is they're not willing to lose people fighting other Palestinians. They're not willing to, like, it's hard for them to kill their own.
But again,
right?
but we're talking a very different institution, that an institution that is only a Palestinian one, that is not a shared institution that has shared resources, shared intelligence, and that's working on this problem together. And also, I think psychologically, it will be seen as a very different dynamic, because you're not doing the dirty work on behalf of the IDF. This is
You're doing it on behalf of yourself.
yeah, exactly. You're doing it. Yeah. So I think it would play out differently than the Jenin situation. But the reason this came up, so yeah, I don't think we need to do compulsory service. How do you change that? I don't know. I don't know how you actually get there. Maybe enough people just refusing, or I don't know, some radical shift in leadership, which doesn't seem to be happening in the near future. But what I think is more concerning with ultra-Orthodox community is just that they don't work. And
but if military service is out of the question for them, they will go to work. Like many of them say that, and
no. So again, as long as we could solve that, I think we're fine. As long as they're contributing to society in some way, because to just exist and get money, that's they're leeches on the system currently. They're sucking the system dry. And yeah, maybe one day when we could automate enough of the economy, right? We very well may get to a point. I would say probably get to a point where most people don't actually have jobs because most of it is automated. When that happens, that problem will be solved. But we're not quite there yet. And they are the fastest growing population in Israeli society. So when the fastest growing population does not contribute, unless you believe prayer is a contribution, well then,
Yeah, but you say most of the Haredi women work these days. Like it didn't used to be the case, and now I think most of them, like,
is that right?
70%. Yeah, most of them work for sure. And that wasn't the case. And it would be the same with men. The only reason men don't work is because this is their way to get out of the military service. And like I used to work as a physician in the Haredi community, and I heard a lot of these comments.
Will they work?
It's not
Wait, what do you? Wait, Irina, what do you think?
Everyone.
What do you think will make them work?
as long the way they get out of the military right now is that if they are full-time studying in their yeshiva.
So you think these things are? You think these are connected?
Go to work.
Well,
Not
I mean,
everybody likes to roam all day and study the Torah.
Interesting. Although, as long as they're getting paid to study, though.
They're getting paid nothing, and they're super poor, and
that's true. And they do have a lot of. Yeah, it's hard to support a whole family like that.
It's impossible. This is why women work.
Yeah, that's kind of wild how women care for the children and work while the men pray. That's a fucked up system. Although when you have that many children, the children care for one another. I know this from experience because I have a few families.
An 8-year-old bringing her 4-year-old brother for medical treatment, and that was normal.
Right. Okay. Well, I don't think we're close to having a coalition between Hadash and the ultra-Orthodox, but I would support it.
Yeah, I think it would be better than you think.
Yeah, I mean,
they have a lot.
For sure. I'm happy to shake things up, mix things up, drastically even. The only way I would not support shaking things up is if I had a moderate to high degree of confidence that it would lead to more human rights abuses or bloodshed for either population, right? So if, for example, there was a political party that, let's say Hadash, their platform was to tear down certain institutions that currently keep Jews safe, and they didn't have a coherent plan for what to replace it with. And they had very divisive language. Okay, at that point, it's like, no, that's not, I would not support something like that. I wouldn't support something that I think would lead to increase the chance of violence or human rights abuses. But as long as it's a shaking up the status quo, yeah, as long as Yeah, why not? I think the current status quo is not only immoral in its maintenance, it's unsustainable. Unsustainable in the fact that it will continuously lead to more violence, and it's leading to international isolation. The current status quo.
By status quo, you mean like Bibi, right? That's
Yeah.
That's what that ends is for.
Well, yes, but not just, because Lapid, Gantz, Bennett are not going to drastically change the status quo, right? They're as long as we're in a situation where our government is controlling the destiny of 5 million people who are neither equal nor sovereign, that's going to lead to more rounds of violence and continued international isolation. So I view it as both a form of suicide and also something that is immoral, right? So
You don't think there's any value in incrementally pushing the Israeli polity to the left? It has to be Hadash, or we haven't done anything.
Oh no.
We have 20%.
They're yeah, I mean,
Because I'm firmly to the right of both of you guys, but I'm to the left of most Israelis.
right.
Yeah, that's not hard.
So you're saying you get someone like Lapid in, we have some stability, then it's easier. Yeah, but I could get on board with that. But is Lapid, and maybe he is, somebody who is gonna get the negotiation back and try to get a new round of Oslo, or just?
Well, it really depends. It really depends on what are the conditions under which these elections happen.
I could actually see Lapid trying to. I could see Lapid doing that.
The Israeli polity doesn't really have a very well articulated idea of what it wants. It'll want different things depending on what is a specific question being asked, right? People will want a deal for hostages, and at the same time, they will want to maintain the war until Hamas is defeated. They'll want both of those at the same time.
Yeah. People are all over the place in general.
Yeah, so
So the problem with Lapid-like parties, they don't really have a clear ideology about anything. They're basically not saying anything.
Well,
Bibi doesn't have a clear ideology about anything either.
You know what? I'll be.
Bibi's ideology is I don't like Arabs, and I'm also not going to do anything about it.
I'm gonna be real quick, Irina, to be very charitable towards the centrist parties, because I think there's actually a case to be made here that in order to be relevant in Israeli politics today, you need to present yourself as a hardliner, much like in terms of how you talk about Palestinians and security. Even Golan takes that stance. It's the only way to really be relevant. So you very well may have a situation where someone like Lapid says what he needs to say to get elected, and then he has somewhat of a shift and really does take measures to try to find some long-term and just solution. Yeah, I can see that playing out.
If I believe that he's capable of doing that, I would be perfectly okay with him lying through his teeth. I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't have any kind of moral ground about. He can lie about whatever he wants. I just don't believe that's what he's not capable of doing it. That's the problem. I would be perfectly okay with someone who is manipulative enough to do exactly that.
So you think that he might attempt it, but would be unsuccessful?
He will not attempt it.
You think he won't even attempt
what,
it?
specifically?
To negotiate, to actually attempt.
Manipulative enough and clever enough, fine, whatever. You can lie about anything as long as I know that in the end you're just going to do whatever you want and not care about what you said before. That's not appeal.
What is the thing that you would want him to do? I'm not clear on that.
Work towards the solution of the conflict.
Yeah. For example, he needs to get elected and he needs to say, yeah, no Palestinian state, whatever. The next day he's elected, yeah, I lied, guys. Now Palestinian state is here. If he's capable of that, I'm fine. But he's not.
So if he said something to the effect of, I'm willing to restart negotiations for a long-term solution with the PA after Hamas has been dismantled. Is that something that you can?
But it's nothing. Hamas is going to stay. Nobody, the only people that can dismantle Hamas are Palestinians. You cannot do anything about it, no matter how many people you kill. That's irrelevant. That's a stupid claim.
I don't agree with that.
If you want to defeat Hamas, go to Palestinians and make them want to do it by themselves. That's their internal issue, not ours.
I think they made it our issue. Hamas has made it our issue.
No, they don't threaten us. They didn't threaten us since, October 7th was horrible, but it's not an existential threat.
No, it's not. First of all, it could have been an existential threat if the things that could have happened had happened. For instance, Hezbollah attacking at the same time could have overwhelmed the IDF because it was clearly not ready on one front. It could have overwhelmed Israel on both sides in a way that Israel lost territory that could have taken them months to recover and many, many more civilians killed. It could have been an actual existential threat. The hindsight perspective of we survived this, so we were always going to survive this, and nothing could have possibly happened to make this more to make this worse than what happened. I think that's result-based analysis.
No, this is a country with nuclear weapons in hundreds.
Okay, and what are you gonna do? You're
Are ever going to be existential?
What are you gonna do? You're gonna nuke Acre if Hezbollah goes in there and kills 20,000 people? You're gonna nuke Acre?
Stupid settlements defending, I don't know.
What does the nuke do? How does the nuke do anything?
It just it's just kind of a representative.
It's just a geopolitical meme. It's relevant against an external force, not a force on your territory. You're not going to nuke your own territory.
That's for sure. I don't want anybody to nuke anyone. But if instead of being stuck in settlements, the military was actually in the south border or the north border, nobody would have been even be able to get in. There was no military there for a reason.
What's the reason?
They can actually be what they are supposed to be.
No, what's the reason? What's the reason?
One, they didn't think that. I'm not even sure that they didn't think that. Maybe they just allowed it to happen. I don't know. That's also a possibility.
So conspiracy.
It's just a possibility. I don't even think so. I'm just laying down the possibility. Another reason is just a lot of stuff in West Bank, and many of them were actually transferred from Gaza border to West Bank.
Why?
To protect these settlers. No, nobody needs to.
No, but there was something happening, right?
What the Hawara Sukhao, this minister that I don't remember his name. No, nothing was happening because there are too many.
Happening. There was an uptick of violence. They were concerned about attacks specifically during the holiday, and so they moved forces from where they thought there was no threat to where they thought there was greater threat at that point of time, and they were very wrong.
And let me build to that. People often point to the moving of forces as they move them intentionally so Hamas could attack, but it's actually reverse. The reason why Hamas attacked just then is because there was an opportunity to attack because there weren't many forces there. So I think people are looking at that in reverse. But Simfo, so I want to address the point you made because there's definitely truth to it, but Hamas on October 7th, had that been aligned with Hezbollah and just a multi-front attack, that actually could have posed an existential threat. But already on October 8th, they no longer pose an existential threat because from that, we understood how much we failed to the point where we could have prevented something like that from happening again. So yes, but it's not like they still, like, the second we got the data that this was possible, that at that moment they no longer pose an existential threat. So they kind of did, but they don't really as an organization. Does that make sense?
So I understand what you're saying. That kind of sounds like what was said when the tunnel operation started, right? They did the tunnel. operation. They kidnap soldiers and like, okay, so now we know this. We can develop technologies. We can defend ourselves. This was a problem, but they played their hand, and now we solved it. But when you're defending, when you're defending, you always have to have 100% catch rate, right? You can't say with this naive confidence that now, because this attack happened, if you create the precedent that this kind of attack can be perpetrated on you, and you're not going to do anything about it, you're not going to neutralize the belligerent that's attacking you this way, then the geopolitical outcome of that will just be that you are just safer than you were before.
Just defend yourself from the inside of the country. That's all.
Yeah, it's true that what I said in the short to medium term is true, but I agree with you in the long term that eventually, as long as we have enemies that want to kill us, they're going to find ways to outsmart us and surprise us. So I agree in the long term. I think
What do you think about the long-term consequences of, just from a like purely game theory perspective?
Yeah.
The long-term consequences of not disincentivizing it, not attacking the armed force that's doing these attacks, and just letting them play a single-player game where they can attack you until they succeed to get a punch in.
I think that there's ways to disincentivize it that don't require the level of military force that we used, and I think ultimately they succeeded in they succeeded in the sense that the public opinion has drastically shifted against Israel.
You think that removing Hamas from administrative control of Gaza was like just not the correct goal for a war?
I don't agree with that as a goal, and the reason why I don't is because, and I was saying this in the days after October 7th, is that the chance of removing them from power I've always believed to be quite low, and the cost in attempting it is tremendously high. So to enact a tremendous cost for a relatively low chance of success, to me, doesn't seem something justified. In addition to that, it's not that Israel has proven that in territory that Hamas does not rule, that they effectively state build and create good situations, like the West Bank. Like at the very so if they succeed, then we have another West Bank. Is that what we can hope for? So we'll kill 100,000 plus civilians
now.
Well, I'm just
now. Yeah, my argument would be that what we know, what we can see, is that the Israeli polity doesn't want to be mired in the West Bank, and if it had its way, it wouldn't be. Israelis wanted to get to pull out of the West Bank.
No, yeah, but look, in practice, we've had a situation where we've had a relatively moderate government that recognized Israel in 1993, being the PLO, now the PA, security cooperation with them for decades, and we didn't reward their moderation. We've just expanded territories, increased checkpoints. We rewarded moderation
I think we're going to get funned into the same.
We might. So, but let me. So I'll just like high level how I look at it. If we're in a situation where we're now going to try to defeat Hamas, and we can predict with high certainty that doing so is going to cost us. I'm just throwing out numbers. These are all reasonable numbers, right? Defeating them, we will need to sacrifice 1,000 of our own, 100,000 of their civilians, and it'll lead to global drastic shift in public sentiment against Israel, and yet our chance of defeating them is 10%. That's very hard to say, let's go for it. So this...
No, it's very easy to say, no, not worth it.
Exactly. It's very hard to say, go for it. So these weren't my exact numbers that I was putting out on October 8th, 9th, but this is generally how I viewed it since, that it's like, I don't see us succeeding for a few reasons. Just the amount of sacrifice of our own we're going to need to take, the time it will take, how deeply embedded they are in tunnels, that type of warfare. The international community's response, like it just did. I've never seen it to be a high chance of success, and I just know what the cost would be, and I don't have confidence that if we replace them, we're going to have a humane situation in Gaza. So none of that to me is like, yeah, let's take them out. No, to me it was a clear no, and I get it. To suffer October 7th and not want to respond with tremendous force is against human nature, honestly.
Yes, sometimes we need to do things.
But I'm not talking about a gut reaction. I'm talking about.
So look, what can we do? So here's a few things. First of all, we could still assassinate their leadership in a very targeted way, right? Because we did kill a lot. We killed most of their leadership in quite targeted ways. Some of them we did have a pretty wild level of proportionality, but most of the civilians we killed were not in an attempt to kill their leadership. It's to clear the way for ground troops. It's just been a massive destruction that was needed. The second thing we could do, and this is I'm really being creative because I understand a nation's need to respond. Imagine had we done something like this.
Can you wait? I'm sorry. Can you articulate the need to respond? What do you mean by that specifically?
Well, first of all, I think it's political suicide to not respond. I don't think you could stay in power if you don't respond. So there's a massive political pressure to do so. Mm-hmm. And I also think that it's good to disincentivize such things. Right. So from both those fronts, I get it. And I do like to have a balance between having some kind of an idealist vision, but being actually pragmatic, because you don't achieve idealism if you can't give actual steps for how to get there. But this I actually think is possible. I think if we wanted to punish Hamas in a way that wouldn't enact this toll on civilians, we could have built a massive refugee camp in the Negev and said nothing enters Gaza, but all civilians can leave. We could actually effectively separate the civilians from Hamas. That in and of itself is a form of defeating them. And you could keep that siege for until they remove from power. So they're no longer.
My first question on that.
Yeah.
Can you effectively separate?
For sure, if you let Gazans out, and the second you're letting them out into your territory, it's no longer ethnic cleansing because there's not this fear that they'll never be allowed to return. You're still
but how are you letting the Gazans in without letting Hamas in?
Well, first of all, over two-thirds are women, children, and elderly. So first of all, you could do 2/3 relatively easily, and then the other third you would need to have a series of background checks, and it would take time, and perhaps you would have some margin of error that you just need whatever refugee camp you would need, reasonable surveillance there. But
I asked your idea.
Wait, but think about what that actually does to an organization. If you take away if they're no longer governing people, you literally have removed their population from them, and nothing goes in, nothing, no electricity, nothing. So you're not, what you're doing is no longer inhumane because you're not doing that to a civilian population. You're actually giving a civilian population a good life, a better life than what they have under a repressive regime.
The problem with this kind of hypothetical is that I think it's very difficult to properly account for the realities of actually doing something like this. So, for instance, the logistics of the IDF containing 2 million people inside Israel in a controlled way, while also proceeding with the war effort. I think the logistics of that are non-trivial at all, and I don't know why you would necessarily think that it is possible to do.
Well,
could I ask?
Yeah, go ahead, Irina.
You don't even need to build any kind of refugee camp. They let them go to Area A in West Bank. That's all. It's going to be Palestinians' problem. No refugee camps, no nothing. And there would be no war because Smotrich and Ben-Gvir would have been the first one to start screaming, no way, another 1 million or 2 million Palestinians in our beloved West Bank. No, let Hamas stay, and that's it.
Area A is actually an interesting. It's a clever solution because there's already security there.
Yeah, it's going to be Palestinians' problem, not Area C, just Area A.
But anyway, I would need. I don't think there's enough room in Area A to do this. We would need to look at a map. But
that is much smaller.
Maybe it's even in between the two. But the war efforts are drastically changed if this is what you do. You don't need to send ground troops in. You don't do all these aerial bombardments. Your main focus is bringing civilians out and not letting anything in. For the first few months, and if you get intel that you could do a high-profile assassination, great, you do it. So I think that's I think when we look back and we see how we responded, many people already see like this, but it's going to be seen as utterly just barbaric and unjustifiable. Like, it's just so normalized, this idea. It's like, yeah, just an airstrike, but an airstrike is actually incinerating people, and our ability to justify that and think that's okay or legitimate, we should have a much higher criteria to legitimize something like that. Like
for military acts in a war.
Yeah. So again,
airstriking is not like an outlier in military.
Oh no, I understand that. I think
doctrine.
I think soon it will be. So right now, airstrikes is normalized the same way beheadings were normalized, and all sorts of barbaric stuff we used to do is normalized. And now we're like, wait a minute, that's barbaric. I think airstrikes, we put it in a different category because it's high tech weaponry and it's a pilot that's educated. We see it as a sophisticated form of warfare, but it is barbaric. And
I don't think that's the reason. I think the reason is that it's a tool in an arsenal that a military can employ. And if there are better options than that, then they will be used. And then once those better options exist, then they'll be obsolete.
So
in the same way that we don't use catapults. Right?
Wait, hold on. But what
we have planes.
What does better options mean? So better in terms of for military purposes, but better in terms of preserving human life. And we already have better things than airstrikes. And I'm none of what I'm saying comes from a reflexive anti-violence perspective. It's not even that. It comes from a very clear principle that I think humans have an inalienable right to life. We should do everything in our power to preserve that right. And if we're going to take away someone's right to life, it's not something that we should take lightly. We should do everything in our power to avoid it. And the mass bombardments on a densely populated city that's not evacuated is very much violating people's inalienable right to life with just a callous indifference. So yeah, there's a very serious violation of human rights in a way that's just brutal, and we get to say, oh, it's just war and that's just collateral damage. That, I think that's a very dangerous anti-human position. So that's what I'm challenging.
I don't think it's just war. I think it's a very unique war in which an administrator to a territory will intentionally take upon themselves civilian damage. I think that's very much an outlier in the landscape of military history.
For sure. I mean,
why is that unique? Like there is a military base 200 meters from my house.
No. It's unique. It's unique to have a city, a tunnel city under a city. No, you've never had an instance of urban warfare where the insurgency had decades to prepare, and that they've prepared in such a sophisticated way. Exactly. That's why you can't use regular means. You can't just level the city with airstrikes. It's because of how well Hamas prepared for this is one of the reasons why our approach has been catastrophic and unjustifiable.
Mm-hmm. So my position on this, and I think this is also the correct approach by international law, humanitarian law, is that when when the price is being set by the defender, that's artificial. Yeah, if Hamas puts a gun to the head of 2 million people and says back off or we'll kill all of them, then you cannot have a world order under which they just cheated out invulnerability. That's not how the laws of work function, for a good reason. Because if the laws of work function that way, they would be useless.
I agree with you that that international law is constructed in a way that makes it easy enough for nations to buy in, because it's hard to enforce. So they made it lax enough that you could still wage war,
conduct war.
Yeah. I agree. It's actually built that way for sure.
My point is not just that it's built that way. My point is that there is a good game theory reason that it's built that way. It's justified that it's that way.
Yeah. So I don't consider that to be a more important principle than actually doing everything in our power to protect people's rights. So if you're in a situation, if you do anything, we'll kill 2 million people. What do you think? You let 2 million people die? No, I think at that point you either take the L or you find a different way to deal with your situation. If somebody's holding 2 million people hostage and they threaten to kill them,
right? Exactly.
I don't think
the solution is to empower the person holding 2 million people.
No, I mean no, because that's why I suggested another way that we could deal with it.
Yeah, but that kind of just assumes victory. What you're saying is it is irrelevant to me the method by which I will solve this problem. All I'm saying is I will solve this problem some other way.
Who says that you need to win every time? Losing is an important skill.
No,
we
wait.
lost on October 7th. We should have just admitted it and continued from that point.
I don't think you and I are going to be able to have a coherent, build a coherent framework of geopolitics. I just don't agree with the idea that Israel is supposed to lose to Hamas, and that would be a good thing for Israel. I don't agree with that at all.
That's just life.
Okay.
Currently, international law has been moral progress that we made that try to align incentives between a warring party and the civilians of their enemy. I think that's important. So it's progress, but I don't think it goes nearly far enough. And when I say that part of my advocacy is because part of continuing this moral progress is shining a light on areas where we need to be making that progress. So I understand where it came from and acknowledge it to be an improvement. I still think it's not even nearly as close to where it needs to be, because again, we agree within a society that life should be preserved. In fact, we have immense, vibrant debate over if it's okay to kill murderers, capital punishment. That's a legitimate debate. So to that extent, we value human life where we don't even know if it's sure that
fundamentally there's a difference between what happens within a society and what happens when the armed forces of two different societies wage war.
I realize that, but part of us continuing to make moral progress is to continue to align these incentives where a warring party cares about the civilians about their enemy as they do their own. It'll never be equal, but we should work to equalize it as much as we can. This helps protect humans at scale.
The point is you go to the extreme of what if one side is maximally willing to sacrifice its own civilian population. Do you just default all the strategic power to them under that scenario? Did they manage to cheat out invulnerability in your moral and legal system?
I think it would need to depend on the exact situation. So when it comes to Hamas, for example, we're talking about an enemy that is a fraction of the power of Israel. There's many ways we can respond that is far more humane than what we did. So based on the situation, Israel and Hamas, what we did is not a necessity, and it's not obvious that that's what we should have done. Yeah. But I mean, can you? Is there a hypothetical where? So let me give an example. Let's say.
We're talking about scenario. So we're talking about a scenario where Hamas goes inside Israel, kills people, kidnaps them into Gaza, and in that position where you haven't dealt with Hezbollah. Hezbollah is still there, threatening you and firing on you. You are.
Let me give
in that position. You're saying what should be done is that we should accommodate Hamas in a way that disarms them politically in the long term.
Correct, because we're able to contain the situation. And let me just give you a hypothetical. So let's say we're in a situation where the only way for us to not lose 100,000 of our own, it's either we lose 100,000 of our own or they lose 100,000 of their own. Mm-hmm. That's a much easier calculation. It's like, okay, well, I'm not going to let 100,000 of my own get killed. I'll kill 100,000 of their own. That's still not a good situation, but that's, and you could never know that that's going to be the trade-off. But in this hypothetical, okay, in that situation, them or us, I'm going to choose to protect us over them. But in this situation, it's not 100,000 of our own or 100,000 of their own. It's on their most successful day in history, they killed 1,200, 850 civilians. We could learn from this and ensure that something like this does not happen again, at the very least in the next decade. So to enact this toll for such low chance of success is just not something that we should see as legitimate. And I realize that this is a position that is unpopular in the standard way of looking at how we wage war, but I don't think this is an extreme position at all. I think this is how we need to look at it. Again, if we take away someone's right to life, we need to prove that we have no other alternative and that it's essential. And that's just not what happened here. And we could get into the details of all the things that Israel did do just on a war crime basis, but just high level.
Let's talk about some ideal clean scenario where we removed all of the war crimes. Let's say the war crimes are completely within par of expected, like within an active war, and you remove the months-long blockade on food for no reason at all. Like, just remove the things that we can agree on that are clearly unnecessary, and just remain with the core concept of a war is required to remove Hamas, and removing Hamas is a justified military goal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
international law not allowed to defend yourself against Hamas because it's not a country. We are occupying them, and you're not allowed to. It's not like a permission under international law. It's based on close definition to defend yourself from a population that you're occupying. Actually,
you don't need permission. You need casus belli, which
that's what I mean.
Which we have.
But it's not legal.
What do you mean by permission?
Like, if Lebanon did that as a sovereign country, if it was from Lebanese side, yeah, it would have been allowed under international law to at least respond somehow against Hamas. I
don't know why you think that Israel going to war against Hamas is illegal.
Because it's illegal. Because we are occupying power in Gaza. We are controlling their borders, their airspace, their civilian. Everything. We are occupying power. You're not allowed to go to war.
Hamas is an armed force that is the administrator of Gaza.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
Hamas is an armed force which is the administrator of Gaza.
They are resistance force under any. They are also a terrorist organization.
They're the government of Gaza. They're not a resistance force. They're the government.
As long as we are occupying Gaza. Yeah, we are not allowed to respond under international law.
Wait, but you're engaging with that. They're not a resistance force. They're the government. The government of Gaza, right?
Gaza is not a country. So what if they're a government? It's not a country.
What? They're the government of Gaza. Do you think that the law of self-defense and armed conflict requires that both sides be in a country? It's an armed force. You can go to war against an armed force.
Not if you are occupying that population. No, then it's considered. You can check international law. I didn't invent it. This is actually.
I don't think you invented this. I think you're misinterpreting it.
No, this is widely discussed by many lawyers that are. I'm not a lawyer, but this is like really international law lawyers. This is what they're saying. Actually, we were not allowed to respond at all because we are occupying Gaza. That's international law. Called international law.
If we're occupying Gaza, how did Hamas manage to build up their armed force like that and their infrastructure? How did they do it if we're occupying Gaza?
Well, they could. We are occupying their. Occupying doesn't mean that they cannot do anything. Occupying means control. We are controlling.
If occupying doesn't mean that they can't do anything, then why didn't they do it in the West Bank?
They didn't have the will and the governing.
They didn't have the ability because we occupy the West Bank.
The governing authorities there is a completely different organization that doesn't have any will to do anything like that. That's all.
But they can still fight. Like you said, they're an insurgency. There could be insurgency there as well.
Look, everybody likes to interpret international law to their benefit. I've heard people make the argument you're making, Irina, but I've also heard people say that Hamas didn't have the right to attack as a resistance group and Israel has the right to respond.
Have military installation for sure, and that would have been completely legitimate. Attacking civilians is always a war crime, so it doesn't matter if it's occupying or occupier. But if they just concentrated on military bases inside Israel, it would have been perfectly legal. We would not have a right to say one word, even if they had killed 10,000 soldiers. Not one word. That's perfectly legal.
I don't understand your. I don't understand the
wording
that you're using. Who would have allowed it? What is this allowing?
I mean, under international law. Like, if you want to claim if it's legal or not legal under international law, if they just focused on military basis, it would have been perfectly legal.
No, I don't agree.
It's not an agreement. It's just a fact of international law.
I don't think it's a fact.
I
don't think it's a fact.
We could try to get on some legal experts. I very rarely make legal arguments because that's less my interest. I'm more interested in international humanitarian moral consensus, you could say. I think that's
I think the proposition that Gaza is an occupied territory when the government of Gaza has the capability logistically and operationally to field an army, to build supporting infrastructure, to train troops, to smuggle in arms. The idea that this is an effectively occupied territory is preposterous. It fails the test of reality.
With that, let's let Shadow jump in. Shadow, floor is yours.
Hey, Sinfo, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. I want to propose to you a hypothetical, but before that, just some narrative framing. Do you agree that the point of the war is fundamentally to discourage, not Hamas specifically, but whatever is the Palestinian population from wanting to do October 7th again?
If I had to articulate it in more words, I would say that the goal of the war is to prevent any reality under which there are active belligerent forces attacking Israel, or with the stated position of destroying Israel.
Sure. Is it plausible that would require an indefinite occupation, that would have a persistent insurgency, and be just functionally more expensive than the actual expected cost of
it could be the case. It could be the case. I don't. Yeah, it would require a future site to say rather than it could be the case. If you want my actual take on this, is that the Israeli polity needs to be moved to the left, and the way that the Israeli polity gets moved to the left is by reality aligning with the Western with the left worldview.
Great.
That's why, like,
Sure.
okay,
we're
you go
on
on.
the same page. Let me move on to a hypothetical.
Yeah.
So imagine the alternative strategy. You announce, I'm annexing a third of Gaza. I'm going to blow up every single building there. Everyone get out. Most people get out. I actually expect everyone to flee once they realize you're serious. And now you've leveled a third of Gaza. You've annexed a third of Gaza. And then you say, okay, now you're under blockade. Only food and medicine goes in. No concrete. You are now under the biggest blockade ever. And if you ever want your territory back, or if you want any resources, the condition for that is to disarm. And you're free to never accept those terms. We just have a buffer zone of a third of Gaza. And that's enough security for us. We will still destroy Hezbollah. We will still destroy Iran's nuclear program. But that's the limit of what we're going to do in Gaza. Very few civilian casualties.
You're talking about this as you're saying this as like
over the last 2 years.
Yeah. Okay. So alternative to waging the war.
Yeah. Why would
You
this
go
not
like
be a
scorched
more-
earth on a third of it, and you just set it as an ultimatum for an indefinite blockade until Hamas Hamas abdicates, Hamas disarms.
I am predicting that Hamas will never abdicate, realistically, and also that if you threaten to do scorched earth on a third of Gaza, that will be enough to motivate people to actually leave that area. So,
Okay.
yes.
What I'm asking is, what is the long term like? What's
The
long term? What do you think
long-term-
happens under your
I think
your
that
plan?
you have enough diplomatic legitimacy to maintain this forever. And because you have a third of Gaza as a defensible land, no man's zone, a la North Korea or whatever, and then you just say, anytime a rocket is launched, I am destroying a neighborhood that it launched from until Hamas disarms. I think that is a sustainable status quo that is.
So if
not
you
a
say
no-win
that,
situation.
and then they launched a rocket, and then you flatten, and then 120 people die, is that substantially going to change the problem that you have?
Yes, I think so. Because now you have made it extremely clear what the new rules of wars are. And I think you have a lot of diplomatic legitimacy where it's now understood that you have to do something. And I think if you announce this in advance, I think that this is highly sustainable for a very long period of time.
Okay. I think there are very specific things that made this war unsustainable, like the previously mentioned 3-month embargo on food. Other than that, I don't think there would be a significant difference in the problem that you're creating. Unless your goal is different. Are you saying that you're going to remove Hamas like this, and this is just a different way to go about it? Or
No,
are you saying that you're creating a reality where that's not even a goal for you?
Okay, so I have actually become extremely optimistic recently because I think removing Hamas is possible, because I have been surprised to learn that suddenly Qatar is saying Hamas should be demilitarized. This is like beyond my wildest dreams. I think that no one is going to fund Hamas, and I've like shifted super far right in the last 3 weeks because for the first time I think it was possible. But let's talk to 2 weeks ago version me who believed everything that Dar believes. And I think defeating Hamas is impossible. And if you create 200,000 child orphans, you are just going to create a burning desire to avenge their parents 10 times fold. And maybe not 5 years from now, but 20 years from now will be way worse. And in the meantime, you've destroyed your international economy, etc. So let's say we were a couple weeks ago before the rest of the world said, holy crap, Israel is incompetent, we need to solve it for them, otherwise it's going to be a shit show. So let's say we live in the 3 weeks ago world, where I believe that destroying Hamas is completely impossible. And then the question is, how do you manage the situation? I don't think you need to kill, let's say, 150,000 people. I think that's like a reasonable estimate for excess war costs. I don't think you need to do that. You can just threaten to annex land, because Hamas is not deterrable by anything. They're not deterrable by anything except land. So why not annex the land? Why do you?
Well, you're assuming that they're deterrable by land, right? Why do you think that's necessarily the case?
Because land is sacred, and if you can't control land, that is a defeat. Like,
So I'm going to reflexively push against any explanation that relies on ideology and not on strategy.
okay, so Hamas is deterrable by the physical reality that they're less capable of perpetrating October 7th again, right? That's the only thing they care about. They just want to do that as often as possible until Israel collapses. That's their only strategy, right?
No, if there's a, okay. Let's go with that. Let's go with that.
Sure. So I'm claiming that if you kill 150,000 people and the rest of the world doesn't like you anymore, that will materially deteriorate your ability to constrain Hamas in the future, much more than my alternative strategy of annex a third of Gaza, threaten to destroy it, actually flatten it, and say, okay, now we're in a holding pattern. You can have food and medicine, but no concrete forever.
Okay.
And I think that's a much, much better strategic position that is sustainable in the long run. And I would like you to engage with that hypothetical.
I think that that kind of strategy is more relevant in a world where Hezbollah is not a functional threat, but the world as it was in mid-October 2023, 2023, the biggest threat up until October 7 was Hezbollah. All the military assessments, all the military assessments were that we are mostly threatened by the arsenal of Hezbollah, and a lot of the decisions that have to do with the nature of going to war, I think they were shaped by that landscape where Israel feels like it has to gain maximal control possible over the situation in Gaza, so that it is capable of dealing with threats coming from what were perceived as much larger threats.
Okay, so I fully grant that Iran is 80% of the threat, Hezbollah is 15% of the threat, and Hamas is 5% of the threat. How did anything you do in Gaza in any way affect your capacity to destroy Hezbollah?
Because Hamas still has now Hamas is like this band of like semi-organized insurgents, but in like October 9th, 2023, it was a full-on army, and it was supplied. It had an arsenal. It could keep attacking you. And yeah, like you can say, oh, you know what? Every time you attack, we're gonna attack to where, but like that's not new. We've done that. We've done what basically what you're saying is to limit to instead of having this war, having the same sort of mowing the lawn operation that we've done in the past like 15 years. Yeah, right. That's something along that line.
Yes, but with an actually much more aggressive. The thing that you just said, I don't want to be mean, but it sounds silly to me.
Okay.
Because Israel was somehow capable of destroying half of Iran's infrastructure, and it was somehow capable of destroying 80% of Hezbollah's infrastructure. If Hamas has like 1% of Iran plus Hezbollah's capacity, like your statement of we need to deal with the 1% so we have enough manpower and resources to deal with the other 99%, that to me is deeply confusing. Like it seems like all it would take is like
I think the reason you're confused is because you're doing a hindsight analysis, because now Hezbollah looks like a paper tiger to you and Iran looks like a paper tiger to you, but you wouldn't have been able to postulate those comfortably from your viewpoint in mid-October 2023.
No, I don't think they're a paper tiger. I think that their relative strength was noble ex ante. Like, what did Gantz want to do? Gantz was like, why are we going after Hamas? It is the rule of war that you go after your strongest enemy first and not your weakest enemy. And then Bibi said, well, for political reasons, we can't get attacked by Iraq and then suddenly invade Afghanistan. We have to.
So wait, so there, yeah.
Iraq first.
Let's refine that a little bit, because there is something that we're not mentioning, which is the 200 hostages that were also being held at the same time. I'll say this. I think that even if every single hostage that was taken was just a fatality on October 7th, if every single one of them died on Israeli territory instead of being taken in, I think the war still would have been justified, and the goal of the war still would have been justified. The hostages are not a motivation for war; they're a complication in the enacting of the war. But one of the things that you need to account for when you're doing this alternative, history analysis of the start of the war is how does what you're suggesting gel with the fact that Hamas are at the same time holding 200 hostages?
So it does not, and that is a big challenge to my proposal. Thinking about it out loud, what is Hamas willing to give up hostages for? Right, the last 10 hostages only for survival, but the first 240 is for stuff that it wants. If you annex territory, right? So like, what was their strategy? Their strategy was blow stuff up, don't negotiate with Hamas. Eventually they'll need air and they'll be willing to trade hostages for a couple weeks of ceasefire.
Yeah, which works so long as they have enough that they're willing to trade them away, right?
Yeah, and that actually worked surprisingly well for the first half of the war.
Yeah, when you have enough of them, that trading some away is not a long-term.
And that's a successful challenge to my proposal. I accept that at the cost of tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians, you were able to put enough pressure on Hamas to release the first 80% of hostages. I accept that. I get that you got some benefit. I'm asking, wouldn't threatening to annex half of Gaza and then saying you can have half of that back, so we only annex a quarter, why would that not be an equally powerful thing that you could trade for, again, 80% of the hostages?
I think that if you show yourself to be that unwilling to go to war, that changes what the other side is demanding for concessions. It could very well be the case that under your scenario, Hamas just says, you know what? For every kilometer that a tank goes into Gazan territory, we kill 10 hostages. So what are you going to do? How do you enact your territory, your strategy?
I don't understand how the strategy that I try in any way limits. Like, what does that tell Hamas about my preferences that they do that? Hamas.
Well, if it shows if that takes you back, yeah. If that pressure is shown to be effective on you in actual like wartime negotiations, then you have opened yourself up to pressures that will make it very difficult for you to get any outcome that you want, including the more tame ones that don't include the removal of Hamas. Because what Hamas wants is shaped by what Hamas needs. And the point of war is to force them to need things instead of wanting things. You're forcing them to give up to give up hostages for things that they need, like a 2-week break in fighting, rather than what they want, which is your capitulation. So, like, okay. War is an active part of negotiation.
Okay, fine. I accept that as somewhat persuasive. I'm a little bit confused because I think right now Israeli society went berserk and basically told Hamas, we will do literally anything for our marginal hostages. And what I'm proposing is a war strategy that like very clearly sidelines the hostages.
No, I have a lot of criticism towards the Israeli perception of the hostages. I think that we can put aside the politicization of the hostages, but like even just completely ignoring that, I think that Israel has a strategic weakness on the issue of hostages, and October 7th is caused by that strategic weakness, and we don't really learn our lesson. We continue to reinforce the effectiveness of hostages on us, and that's why it's going to keep happening.
Okay, I agree that's an effective argument. I also think that any political environment where you sideline the hostages and said they're not important would have resulted in half of the people who agreed to fight in the war for the hostages to just not show up for service. But this is impossible to resolve. So
I think that this is something that I think that this is an understanding. If you had a strong government and strong leadership you could communicate difficult decisions in extreme times. But when you have a weak government that is being pulled in the direction of every extremist that threatens to topple it, then you cannot message effectively. You can't build a coherent geopolitical strategy, and you're kind of stuck not messaging anything, or I guess by messaging conflicting things at all times.
Okay.
I think it has to do with political weakness. It's political weakness that makes this intractable.
Fine, I give up. I concede that I'm not obviously confident I'm right about the first year of the war. Let's say we're a year into the war, you got back
Okay.
3/4 of the hostages, and we're roughly at the point where the military brass said that about 9 months ago, we've run out of effective targets, where we're no longer making meaningful military progress. Let's say
Yeah.
we're at that point.
So
Okay.
I think that I've heard suggestions of things that sound like what you're describing. I think Haviv Ratigu says pretty much something to that effect. He even goes to the extent of the letting Palestinian
shelter in the
letting Palestinians into the Negev to conduct the war. Like that's a thing that he floated. But I'm pretty sure that he also like gave the idea of like, let's just say, okay, so we've done enough. We've exhausted military efficacy, and we're going to go to a full siege, while at the same time removing all civilian presence, so that our siege is solely on the military armed force of Hamas. I could be fine with that. I don't have any issue with that. As to whether it's the correct thing to do, that's difficult, but I don't have some sort of ideological problem with it. After we've extracted all the hostages that we reasonably can, and after we've disabled all the other threats that came along with Hamas at the same time, then in that geopolitical landscape, I can see that being effective. But again, you do have to, by doing that, you do have to basically say that you're giving up on the hostages by removing pressure from Hamas. Because Hamas is not also going to agree to a total blockade where they're going to be starved out, right? They're also not going to give you hostages for that. So you do have to be, you do still have that problem of not contending with hostages. And like I said, I'm like more callous than the average Israeli would be on this, because I think that this has been a geostrategic weakness of Israel that is largely self-inflicted in the recent 30 years. And this is a problem that we have earned on ourselves, and we need to do the difficult social change of framing to kind of solve this within ourselves. But I don't see how you get to have it both ways, in that you do that shift where you basically declare that you won, but then you move to containment, but also you don't get the hostages back.
Right. So I understand what you're saying. I think I would say two things. One, I think it's even worse than the rosy description you're saying, because you're basically saying we're going to have a blockade on most of Gaza, and we're going to accept the responsibility of feeding 2 million people. As soon as you do that, Hamas more or less wins, because now they've forced you to burden the cost of feeding 2 million people forever. Which is
If I tell you what I think would happen in that scenario, I think what happens in that scenario is that Hamas just starts attacking you from within your territory in these humanitarian areas, and in fighting them, a lot of Palestinians will die, and then the narrative is that Israel is putting Palestinians in concentration camps and killing them.
Yes, I agree with that expectation. That's why I'm saying you can't afford to do that. You can't bring them to the Negev. That's what I'm saying. Don't fight Hamas for the last year or so. Annex 25% of the territory, make it a buffer zone, and then just say, if you want the land back, you need to disarm and step away from power, with the expectation that they will never take you on that deal. But hey, you have 25% of the territory. That's good enough for a buffer zone. why is that not way better than the last year of everything that happened? Marginal civilian deaths, huge deterioration of international standing, all of that.
So when it comes to, so specifically in the context of deterioration of international standing, like I said, there are things for which I think this deterioration is justified, and there are things for which I think it's not justified. And if we're having our way, yeah, if we're each of us building our own, I think this is how the war should have happened, then I would say that you do the same war, but you don't do the things that I think are obviously unnecessary and are war crimes. And under that framework, whatever international disapproval comes is, first of all, I think it's going to be much lessened by the fact that you can show more merit, and also whatever disapproval remains is just going to be something that you live with, in the same way that your strategy will also cause a lot of disapproval, a lot of pushback, and the people in your alternate reality aren't going to be like, yeah, guys, but hey, at least they're not going in for a total war to destroy Hamas house by house, right? That would have been way worse. Like in that universe, nobody would have taken that mitigating position. Israel would still have been threatened, still would have been pressured. So, and you would say, and I would think rightly, that yeah, you take some pressure whenever you do anything, and you just have to live with it. And I would say the same thing for all of the justified elements of the war.
Okay, no, I think that's where I want to push you under, because I think what's really different is our model of which actions result in what amount of international, one second.
Your audio just improved by a lot.
International pushback, right? Like, as far as I understand, almost all of the pushback came from the 3 months of like food blockade.
Yeah.
The last people who are going to starve are.
So I'm saying yes. That could be the
Yeah.
case.
Yeah.
I don't know to be a fact.
Sure. Okay. Fine. But like, I'm saying collateral damage is way worse than annexing territory or sieging things that are not food or medicine. But like I'm saying, you should pair how likely is something to disincentivize Hamas from being up to 7 versus how much does it cost in terms of international diplomacy. And I'm saying annexing land is cheap, having collateral damage of thousands of people if you can't defeat Hamas, which we're.
Are you framing this as disincentivizing Hamas, or are you framing it as rendering Hamas incapable?
Rendering. It's the sum of the two, but practically it results in being incapable.
Okay, because like the framework of the framework of discouraging Hamas is I wouldn't go with that at all. Like that's a very soft narrative framework for applying any sort of pressure. That's not the outcome I want to achieve. I don't want Hamas to be disincentivized. I want Hamas to be incapable.
Okay, but then engage with the idea that Hamas is not a thing. You could have every current member of Hamas disarmed, and then 5 years from now, the orphans of the people that used to be Hamas create Hamas 2.0.
So I don't.
Like, what you want is at a societal level.
Yeah, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this framing. The reason I don't agree with this framing is it's basically the argument that Hamas is the twinkle in the eye of the insurgent. But that's not true. Hamas is an organization. It's an armed force. It's a network of logistical systems. It's a machine. Wars are not conducted by ideas. Wars are conducted by organizations with logistic networks under them that supply, that do command and control, that collect intelligence, that have institutional knowledge. These are things that you deteriorate. These are things that you attack. These are things that are attackable. These are things that are destroyable if you deal to them enough damage, like every system is. No system is perfectly robust. So I very much push back against the idea that Hamas is some ideology or some some like force of will. It's an organization. It's an armed force. It's a bureaucracy. It's a logistical network. These things are dismantleable on the ground in reality. That's how armies lose. Armies lose by collapse. Right? They don't lose by converting.
I agree, and you can do that once. The claim is that without a permanent occupation and a political solution that the population considers to be
like, would you accept the argument that in 1943 Germany had more soldiers than it did in 1942? 1945 Germany had more soldiers than it did in 1942. So the war should stop because clearly it's not working.
The claim that I would make is that the ideology of the people is completely different, such that they are deterrable.
I'm not discussing ideology. I'm discussing whether an army is defeatable. Does the fact that the Nazi army had more soldiers mean that they were stronger?
Pause. I fully accept the idea that you can completely destroy Hamas. My point is that after you destroy Nazi Germany once, 10 years after that, Nazi Germany does not reappear. The claim is that without an occupation, which you cannot afford and are not politically willing to do, you would expect that it would get recreated in about 15 years.
No, it's not true that I'm not willing to do it. I'm just my occupation of Gaza would just be a very different one from the one that Smotrich would want, right? That's the difference. I want a two-state solution. I want to negotiate with a Palestinian partner that is empowered to enforce such an agreement, and I would want that agreement to include Gaza, right? Until then, I would occupy it to prevent this logistical network of an armed force that from materializing. That's why we can make the very clear material condition difference between Gaza and the West Bank. The West Bank is occupied. An armed force can't exist there. An army can't exist in the West Bank that attacks Israel because Israel would not allow it, the foundations of it, the infrastructure of it would not be allowed to exist. It would be dismantled. That's why, because the West Bank is occupied. Gaza wasn't occupied, so an army was able to manifest there. And in order to prevent that from manifesting, I would be in favor of occupying Gaza until a two-state solution could happen. The problem is that the government of Israel would not have the same vision of this sort of temporary occupation for the purpose of deterring an armed force until an eventual two-state solution. That's not the buy-in of the Israeli government. So it's very difficult to make the comparison. But if we're talking about how I would prevent Hamas 2.0, it would be the same way. It would be by controlling the territory. Yeah.
Okay, if you're saying that you're willing to pay the cost of whatever is the level of insurgency that would be there, that's fine. I guess the conversation is almost over. I sort of assumed that you believed that there wasn't the capacity for a polity that would accept a two-state solution without eventually turning into Hamas 2.0. If you're not there, then I actually think that we don't have that much in disagreement. I was sort of under the assumption that no two-state is possible, and the current war strategy is deeply counterproductive, like you're losing more than you're gaining.
No, so
therefore,
my position on occupied territories is that I think the way that this should have played out is that Israel basically being convinced by reality that it is not necessary to occupy these territories and then pull out of them, which is what almost happened. That's what Olmert ran on. That's what he wanted to do. And then Hamas attacked from ceded occupied territory, and Hezbollah attacked from ceded occupied territory. And the Israeli polity learned the lesson that if you cede territory, then you will be attacked from that territory. And then from that moment on, it just became an untenable political suggestion to not control territory.
Wait. If you're saying that the lesson learned has been any territory you pull out of becomes a state that will conquer you in the future, how are you ever going to get to a place?
Not a state that, no, because we're talking about unilateral withdrawal. The two-state solution that I am talking about is a two-state solution that happens that includes Israel gradually in a controlled manner ceding territory to the Palestinian state. I'm not talking about the IDF pulling unilaterally out of the West Bank and then negotiating with a PA. Right?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought that Bibi's entire coalition plus the 30% of people who hate him but agree with him in principle think that there's no one to trust and no matter. Wait, sorry.
Yeah, no, that is the case. But that is the case. What I'm saying is that the reason that Bibi's position has been.
Let me cut to the chase. Explain to me the sequence of gradual bilateral trust building steps that you think would, if implemented, successfully persuade a supermajority of Israelis that the Palestinian state that they are now living next to is safe to not militarily control.
Okay, so I don't think there is necessarily a need to hypothesize on this. We can just look to like pretty recent history. The disengagement from the West Bank is a policy that Olmert ran on. Like this is 2006, I think. Like this wasn't that long ago. And the question is, what was the Israeli voters' perception then of what would be the outcome? Why did they think that? And can we recreate this landscape under which that was the held opinion by a majority of Israeli voters? The position that was held is that the occupation is a problem. The left would say that it's a moral problem. The right would say that it's a strategic problem. But everybody agreed that it was a problem for both sides. And then the solution for that was since the peace process blew up and we don't have the political will or the trust in a peace process, we just unilaterally just get out of territory that we don't want to be in. The territory that we're saying this is occupied territory, we're holding this because of security reasons, you get out of that territory with no agreement. And the reason that the Israeli voter was in favor of that is because they didn't see an autonomous Palestinian territory as a threat. So the reality that you need to create is a reality in which Israel does not perceive of Palestinian autonomy as a threat. If you can create that, then you will organically move towards a more left. You will organically move the political Overton window in Israel to the left, and the extremists will lose their power like they didn't have power in the past. They will go back to not having power because they don't have the security argument on their side that fills up a lot of their voter base. And all of the security-minded voters will move towards the more left side of the political spectrum, and you will create an Israeli political climate, and as a result, an Israeli government that will be capable of conducting real negotiations for a two-state solution that Bibi or any government with the similar structure to Bibi's is not capable of genetically.
I agree with everything. I agree with everything you said. Should I repeat my question, which I feel like you in no way answered, or should I explain what I mean by that?
No. Repeat it if you think I didn't answer it.
What sequence of trust-building measures or bilateral negotiation would persuade the polity of the thing you just said, that persuading them is a prerequisite for pulling out?
Mm-hmm. On whose side? Who's the person that is conducting the actions that would do this, that would push this?
It's your hypothetical. You can imagine whatever fantasy.
Okay, so the two things. Okay, so the two things that I would stipulate that I think are necessary for this is one, armed armed resistance aimed against reclaiming Palestine, as in destroying Israel, just cannot be a relevant factor in the conversation. That's one. So that's part of the reason that Hamas doesn't need to be deterred or controlled, or Hamas has to be removed, because there will not be a two-state solution so long as Hamas is a player in this game. That's one. And so that's the thing that Israel needs to do, and the thing that the Palestinian leadership needs to do is to construct the appropriate message to convey a peaceful and political will to restart this process. And I don't think that it will be received well by Israel at first, and then that's going to require a lot of political effort to do that difficult work of moving the Overton window. But Israel is a democracy, which means that it is more susceptible to the views of its people than Hamas, for instance. Yeah, Hamas is much less vulnerable, much less susceptible to the will of its subjects than Israel at the government is to the perceptions of its people. And if you have no existential threat, if you have no major players that are pushing for the non-existence of Israel or threatening Israeli civilians, and then at the same time you have MLK-like pressure for not for an actual two-state solution, then those things together will shift the Israeli population. Israeli population was there at a time in history, and it could be there again if the political landscape shifts in a way that rewards the leftist framework and does not validate the right-wing left-wing framework.
Okay, I agree that that would work. I think that that is very difficult to achieve, and we could do better because the assassin has a veto. What you're basically requiring the Palestinians before they get any meaningful returns on their strategy, when they reasonably can predict that if they try that, that might just have the effect of convincing the settler extremists, there's no downside, we can just keep taking land, right? What you're demanding of them is political unity, one government, one gun, one voice. All the while, they're not being properly funded and they're not being recognized by Israel as like a legitimate political entity, right? That's hard. I'm saying
I agree that it's hard. I don't think there are any easy ways out on the table. I think that any solution that you think is easier, I think would be one that if we actually go through it in practice, it would just have different problems with it. But I don't think there's any path that I would call an easy path. As for my expectation, I don't know if it's correct to say an expectation. Let's say it's an expectation. I think that a reading of history does show that this is effective, even not just generally, but specifically in the context of Israel-Palestine. The first Intifada did a lot more for the Palestinian effort than the second Intifada, specifically for that reason. The Palestinian cause was advanced by the first Intifada and completely derailed by the second Intifada, specifically because the first one was a grassroots, mostly political effort of we don't like being oppressed, and the second one was largely an orchestrated attempt to kill as many Jews as possible, as quickly as possible, to derail any possible peace solution.
Sure. From within the internal Hasbro narrative, I completely agree with you.
I don't think that's wait. So I'm not saying something within the internal Hasbro. I want you to tell me why I'm wrong.
I don't think you're wrong. I think you're correct. I also think that from the internal Israeli narrative, that is also a very coherent story. From within the Palestinian narrative, they think that no matter what they try, things fail. They don't substantially think of the first Intifada as wildly more successful than the second Intifada because they don't think of achieving the Oslo process as a win. They think the Oslo process was a sham. right? So
yeah, I think that's a mistake. I think that's a fundamental misreading of the problem.
No, that's fine. But until you have a strategy for persuading them of your narrative of history, that's not good enough. I'm claiming that it is an impossible and unrealistic ask to ask them to give up armed resistance. And what I'm proposing as an alternative, and I want to engage with the hypothetical, is to actually create two parallel alternatives. Don't ask them to unify, treat them separately. Say Hamas can stay in power, but we're going to annex a third of Gaza. And if you want anything in terms of resources other than food, you can have unlimited food. We're going to annex a third of Gaza and not give it back until you disarm. And then they stay there forever as an example of how not useful armed resistance is. And then you turn to the West Bank and you start giving them resources, giving them respect, rewarding them for cooperation, and
I think the scenario under which the Bibi Netanyahu government suddenly starts being very friendly and cooperative with the PA in a post October 7 world is one where Hamas would, I think, rightly and effectively claim the credit for that in a way that will completely undermine the ability of the PA to make any sort of assurances. Like I don't think that you can start doing what you're saying. Like if you said to do what you're saying 12 years ago, or just like pick one of the flare-ups in Gaza and say, let's say we did that then instead, and we didn't have all the baggage of the Netanyahu government and what he's like and what he wants out of this conflict, then maybe that's a thing that could work. But I don't think it's just a. I think that your model has the benefit of being theoretical, and I think it has a lot of practical flaws when you're not doing it in hindsight compared to the realities of one solution. It's kind of like how capitalism is the worst system ever, and communism works much better so long as you don't actually have to apply it. And I understand this is a very vague pushback, but it's very difficult to discuss the realities, like the details of a plan that isn't happening.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. It's sort of hard to explain why capitalism works and socialism doesn't, but I could do it. Like I could sketch it out. To me, it seems like very simple, right? If you attack, we annex your territory. If you cooperate with us, we literally give you territory. That seems like a very simple lesson that anyone, like, it just seems so simple.
Do you think if Israel did the same thing as a response to the second Intifada in like 2001? Yeah, Israel was like, every time a bus blows up, we just hoover up like 2% of the West Bank. Do you think that would have effectively stopped the second Intifada?
Yes, that is both a claim that logically follows from my proposal, and it is also something that I believe. If you explain to me why that's stupid, I will back off and yield the floor to.
So I don't think it's stupid. I think it could be. I don't think it's stupid. I think it could. Things are very easily wrong without being stupid. That's first of all. But the second thing is that it kind of surprises me in the because you're kind of arguing from the far right, because this is a position that like existed in the Israeli option space, but it was a very extreme far right position to say that we're going to do collective punishment on the play the game of, if you attack us, we'll just bite chunks in a retaliatory fashion. Like, this is a very right-wing position that I kind of I wasn't expecting. On a political level, I'm just kind of against it. But on a strategic level, like whether it could be effective, it could be effective. I don't know that it wouldn't be.
Okay, but then engage with. So first of all, it needs to go both ways, right? It's not you attack us, we steal your land. It's if someone else is nice to you, we steal your land and give it to them. But no, but like actually engage with that, because that is my proposal. I'm saying hurting,
We take your land and give it
damage,
to whom? To the PA?
Yes.
So like the third of Gaza that is occupied, it's occupied by the PA?
You know what? Eventually, sure, that's even better. I was going to say just give them land in the West Bank and give them autonomy on it as a reward for being better than Hamas. But yeah, sure. Yeah, eventually, if Hamas doesn't disarm, you can say every year we're going to annex 5% more of Gaza. We're going to keep moving the buffer zone westward so that we maintain a buffer zone. And
So
everything.
how do you wait? So how do you?
Yes, this.
So you're talking about an expanding, it's not just that you're taking a third. So you're taking a third, and you're also, as a military plan, you have to keep taking more chunks off of Gaza as a continual pressure mechanism, right?
Only if they keep shooting rockets. If they don't keep shooting rockets,
which they will,
can
right?
stay there forever.
Which
sure.
they will,
yeah, great,
right? So
yes.
how is that
every,
different?
Every
how is
year,
that different from waging a war to conquer Gaza?
The difference is that right now you're just blowing up more or less random things and moving people around in a circle. If at some point if you said at the beginning, we're going to flatten half of Gaza, people will move. But if you just randomly blow everything up without creating a credible understanding that this half of Gaza is safe and this half is not, people are not going to move. The reason why you have so many casualties is because people didn't actually know where was safe, because Hamas was everywhere, and you didn't really explain what a safe zone was. And to get people to move out of
But I feel like you're arguing from kind of the wrong extreme of that, because what you're saying is the most war crimey approach to war possible, which is we're just going to scorch earth a third of your territory completely indiscriminately. It's a much more illegal form of war than the war that we're talking about.
Okay, but no one cares about that. People are not angry about war crimes as a theoretical thing. They are angry about people getting killed who are innocent.
I generally agree with that, but I guess what I would say is that if we're arguing about a war, then I very much care about what is the more correct way to fight a war, both strategically, morally, and legally. And I think that what you're describing, I understand why you think this kind of shortcuts it kind of short circuits the war in a way that would prevent all of the problems that you identify with having a drawn out kinetic war within a densely populated area. But the way that you're doing it is by very specifically disregarding all of the legal infrastructure that protects civilians exactly from the things that you're concerned about.
Yes, exactly. The rules of war say that what you're supposed to balance is military objectives and collateral damage. In reality of morality, nobody cares a crap about your military objectives or what the relative balance is. They just want to minimize civilian harms. Israel flattened half of Gaza with bulldozers when they didn't need to, and nobody cares about that, even though that's a war crime. What they care about is people dying.
I don't think nobody cares about that.
Yeah,
I think it's very much an anti-Israeli talking point. It's a lot of the case on war. But it's also a legitimate talking point, right? It's not a 40 beheaded babies thing. It's not bullshit. It's a legitimate talking point, right? If it's true, then it is bad. And you can point to a lot of instances where it's difficult to tell whether it's true or not. So you can just assume by sheer statistics that in a lot of situations, in a lot of contexts, it is true that damage to buildings was not necessary.
Yes.
But what you're saying is that I'm heading this off at the pass. I'm just going to destroy all buildings just from day one. This is my stated intention, is to destroy all buildings in a third of Gaza.
I'm saying we should be honest and say that people don't care about those buildings. They care about the lives, and that you would be in a much better diplomatic international position if what happened was you announced you were going to do it and you bulldozed and annexed a third of Gaza than if you killed 30,000 people.
On that, I think that's a pretty comfortable disagree, where I think I can very comfortably disagree on the fact that if Israel's position was that it is on day one declaratively not obeying international law, and that it is disregarding it for its own cost-benefit calculation, and trust us, this will be better for the Palestinians in the long term, I don't think that would result in less pressure against Israel than the argument that, hey, we're fighting a difficult war under unprecedented circumstances, and we are trying to and we're trying to be discriminate in our targeting, and we're abiding by international humanitarian law as best as could be done under the circumstances. I understand that obviously people reject this position, but if Israel wasn't even holding that position and was saying from day one, declaratively, we are breaking humanitarian law to destroy as much as we want in order to send a message and create I think that's a much worse position on the political stage, and I think it's a less moral strategy. You can say that you think, like, from a utilitarian perspective, that it would end up being
no
better.
Utilitarian perspective. We are purely arguing from the narrow perspective of Israel's international standing. If you are right, then I give up the argument. Let me adjust slightly the hypothetical, and then I'll yield the floor to whatever conversation. Let's say Israel didn't say that's our strategy, but Israel said, world, you have two options for how we conduct the war. We're either going to conduct this in the normal way, where we have a huge amount of collateral damages, but we are being discriminate. It's just a crappy military environment. Or we are going to choose the strategy that I just proposed, and world, you get to choose which of these two things happen. I claim that the world would pick the less bad, my proposal. Explain to me why I'm wrong.
Okay, so I think my biggest issue with that is a practical problem, which is, like, how does the world decide this exactly? Like, is this a UN vote?
Yes, you have a UN vote, and the majority decides what strategy Israel goes with.
And you think the UN as an organism, you think the UN will tell Israel, oh, you should conduct the war in this way, and if you do, then we will be supportive of whatever the consequences are?
One, yes. And two, if they don't, the international cost of you doing it that way, and at any point in time saying we will agree to stop and switch back to my other strategy, because we can stop at any time. In the meantime, all we've done is we've blown up some Hamas stuff. I think that will reduce a huge amount of pressure. Because I think right now, the world is justifiably convinced that you're not actually trying to destroy Hamas. You are just trying to make the whole thing unlivable so you can take all of it. If at the point where you've destroyed 70% of it, and the option is always to go back to only controlling a third of it, I think that will have a huge relaxing effect on what people think your motivations are and how much crap they give you for it until they agree to tell you to switch your strategy.
Okay, I don't really think that would be the case. I also have another aspect of my problem with that proposition is, I think the idea of a sovereign nation going to the world and saying, you decide for us by committee how we are to resolve this threat, I think that's untenable.
Fine. I will end the conversation with only the observation that every time I hear anyone talk about Hamas disarming, I always hear the talking point of the Palestinians don't want them to disarm. We have huge polling on this, and how dare the world ask the Palestinians to give up sovereignty. It is entirely up to them how they choose to resist. I think that if you want to be part of the world, you need to publicly give up the least amount of sovereignty to get the most amount of diplomatic support for whatever it is you want to do with that sovereignty. Like, I think it's really hypocritical to say it's unrealistic for a democracy to give up sovereignty, and at the same time say the Palestinian state, if we ever have a two-state solution, can't have full sovereignty because we need security control. I think that's really
What
hard
about
to maintain.
it having? What about that? So what by sovereignty you mean what? Like a full military, airspace control? Like what are we talking about when you say sovereign here?
Yeah, exactly. Everything up to but not including nukes.
Okay, so and if those things were a part of some phased plan, like say a 15-year process, is that unacceptable?
I'm saying that the Palestinians that I hear engage with the hypothetical that shouldn't you disarm and then let the UN take over the situation because what Hamas is currently doing is not working. Their answer is the Palestinians should be able to decide. Okay, fine. What you're saying is the UN would be able to vote and that would be binding. Fine. Okay, I've said what I wanted to say.
I'm not saying that what the UN said
let's-
would be binding because I assume you're talking about a General Assembly vote, right? You're not talking about a Security Council vote.
I'm saying that you're allowed to give up sovereignty if it's in your strategic interest. And I'm claiming that it would be in Israel's strategic interest to give up a little bit of sovereignty and give the world a little bit of say about how they wage the war. And in return, get a ton of diplomatic, I don't want to even say support, but buffer against all of the war crimes that are part of a war.
I can see some scenario under which something like that would make sense, but I don't think that can happen in the reality where Hezbollah is still a functional threat, and you have Iran as a functional threat. I think once you've solved for those, then you have the leeway to like be conciliatory in this way to other nations, in that, like, okay, we're going to do this in one of two ways. You decide how you prefer that we do it. I think the idea that you would present the world with options A or B, and the result and their answer would be do A or do B instead of do C, which you didn't put on the table. I think it's an unrealistic expectation. I don't think that being conciliatory will win you one of the solutions that you want being backed. I think you're going to get pushed back against both of them. And then in that case, you're still going to have to choose between them. And now you've shown weakness, and you've shown that you're vulnerable to being pushed by the international community because you sought for their blessing in the first place. And that becomes a lever.
Sure.
That becomes a lever that you are showing. It's the same thing as the hostages. You are showing that this is an effective lever on you, so you are incentivizing that lever being pulled.
Sure. 2 years ago, I would agree with you. A year ago, I disagree with you under the belief that Hamas can't be destroyed. But since you think that we can destroy Hamas, which I disagree with, that short circuits a lot of the conversation, where I would argue that we can still do something like that right now and it would be better off. But let's let someone else talk.
No, that's fine.
Okay, cool. Well, we're gonna
Thank you for engaging with the hypotheticals.
No problem. I did my best.
Yeah, thank you both. I thought that was a fascinating conversation. Definitely different than what we normally have here. So I appreciate you both doing that. We're going to wrap up the stream, and then I guess we'll just move this over to the chill room for whoever wants to stay on and still chat. So for those watching this, if you're watching this on YouTube, you could find a link in the description. I'll also drop it in chat. And if you're watching this on Twitter, then you could find that in my bio. And yeah, with that, signing off. I'll be back sometime in the next few days with another stream. Much love.
Thanks for the convo.
From Galilee, for sure.